Haley Kim, and I'm the Associate Research and Policy Analysis Expert here at UNPOG.
My name is Praveen Maharjan, Program Management Expert at UNPOZ.
Before we start, we have a few announcements. So the presentation materials and photos are going to be uploaded in the Symposium webpage. And for our online participants, please kindly use the Q&A chat box in order for us to address your questions. For our on-site participants, please kindly use the QR codes that are on your tables in order for you to access the materials. And once again, we do have Wi-Fi available here, so please access the codes near the exit. We would also like to call the attention of the on-site speakers to the Partnership and Cooperation Board that is near the escalators. We would like to hear your comments and also your feedbacks and any capacity development support or need that you can offer after the symposium.
So before we move on to the thematic session 2, I would like to give some points from day 1. We have high-level opening from Ban Ki-moon, Minister of MOIS, and Incheon City Mayor. And we have a speaker from Globe International, Ms. Malini. And who else? Forget.
A lot of people.
And from Tonga, Ms. Victorina Kioa. So she's also here today also. And And Mr. Hendra Susanto, Vice Chair from the Audit Board of Republic of Indonesia. So I would like to recap some points from day 1, especially from the setting the scenes. So we have, in the setting the scenes, we discuss SDGs are under peril due to multiple crises. Climate change, COVID-19, and conflicts worsen the situation. Asia-Pacific is disproportionately affected by climate change. Climate change poses a significant threat to the region, especially in Asia-Pacific. System transformation is needed to realign the 2030 agenda. Effective governance and strong public institutions are vital. Digital technologies and innovation drive 2030 agenda progress. Multi-stakeholder engagement and inclusive digital transformation are crucial. UN can facilitate global partnership and coordination for SDG actions.
And in thematic session 1, panelists emphasized the importance of strategic foresight in addressing uncertainties and in achieving the SDGs, supporting trade-offs, and also capacity building. They also discussed the need for institutionalizing foresight and investing in capacity, considering the fact that there are increasing reliance on complex systems and with the anticipation of future disruptions. To achieve robust, adaptive, and future-ready strategies for the SDGs, panelists recommended a culture of foresight and widespread training. They also emphasized the importance on foresight on various sectors, and also the significance of gender parity were also highlighted. Lastly, in the Learning Lab 1, participants also got the opportunity to reflect on the large-scale potential opportunities and risks that may alter the implementation of the SDGs. They also generated insights on the approaches policymakers can take in ensuring the policies are robust to the broadest range.
In the special session on UN DESA curriculum on governance for SDGs, our speakers discuss their respective national experiences. For example, Mongolia emphasized the role of governance in achieving the SDGs, showcasing the institutional mechanism setups to oversee SDG implementation and commitment to Vision 2050. Sri Lanka focused on strengthening digital governance for sustainable development, and Mozambique discussed experiences and lessons from workshop on risk-informed governance for climate actions. So now we'd like to start the thematic session 2. I would like to invite Mr. Keping Yao, Senior Governance and Public Administration Expert of UNPOZ, to moderate the sessions. Please welcome Mr. Yao with a big round of applause.
Speak is fine? Okay. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Haley. Yeah. Welcome to the thematic session 1 for digital data governance for accelerating digital government transformation. So for this session, we have 5 speakers, including myself. Now let me have the pleasure to invite Mr. Lee Young-suk, the head of Secretariat for the Presidential Committee on Digital Platform Government, Republic of Korea. Ms. Lee, can you proceed to the podium? I also have two speakers joining us online via Zoom. One is Mr. Wei-Min Kwok, who is joining us from New York, UNDESK headquarters. And also I have Mr. Haptuma Takelo, who is the Senior Advisor for Development Policy and Planning, Ministry of Planning and Development of Ethiopia. So I really appreciate these two experts joining us from online, especially in Ethiopia. Now it's 3 a.m., so it's a very challenging time difference. I really appreciate their commitment and support to our work. Yeah. So this session will be 90 minutes. Then we will have like around 25 minutes for Q&A. So while we listening to the presentation by our speakers, if you have any question, you can take down. Then when we in the Q&A session, you can raise your question. So for this session, we know that since the COVID-19 pandemic, most governments are accelerating the digital government transformation in the public sector to better address those complex and interlinked challenges, and also effective use of data, especially big data, and enhancing data partnership become critical for the digital government transformation. And also, most importantly, that to address those kind of emergencies, while government is still relying on those kind of traditional data sources, government also turning to those kind of real-time data and the big data for a more effective data-driven decision-making. Many countries are still already kind of reaping the benefits of this digital technologies and digital transformation, but on the other hand, many countries, especially those countries in special situations, they cannot they are still not yet equipped to get the benefits, the values of this kind of big data, data analytics, and digital transformation. So for this session, we will address the different components and the elements of a digital data governance, and especially the challenges and also the innovative solutions to address these issues from both national and also international perspectives. Okay, so without much ado, let me have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Lee Young-suk, who is the head of Secretariat of the Presidential Committee on Digital Platform Government of the Republic of Korea. Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank organizer for inviting me to the 7th Regional Symposium. It's a privilege to discuss data integration for digital platform government and share Korea's experience, especially at a time when digital transformation is more important than ever. Before I dive into our main topic, I'd like to walk you through our journey of the Presidential Committee on the DPG, which play a key role in accelerating our initiatives. Our journey began on January 2nd, 2022, when the President Yoon announced the digital platform government as his priority campaign promise. Upon the President Yoon's election, DPG task force was formed, and the strategic direction was publicly unveiled in May 2022. On September 2nd, the President's Committee on DPG was officially established. After nearly 7 months dedicated to shaping the national strategy, we delivered a policy brief to President Yoon on April 14th, and publicly announced our initiatives. This is our organizational structure. The strategy for the DPG was thoroughly developed in collaboration between the public and private experts. Directly under the President's authority, the committee comprised 19 members from private sector and the 4 ministries and 4 different ministries. And the private sector experts work across the 6 subcommittees, and the committee secretariat consists of a team of 64 officials and staff members from 14 different ministries and 14 public institutions and 3 local governments. So how does data integration play a role in the success of the digital platform government? While Korea's e-government is at the top level, there are still areas for improvement. Some families in welfare blind spot still suffer from a lack of welfare support. The next generation social security information system experienced more functions after launching, and it took months to normalize. As you see in the bottom left, the showcase is our past experience with a 50-hour wait in the COVID-19 vaccine reservation system. Moreover, on the right side, we continue to have the administrative inefficiency that still require paper records. We've developed into these problems to identify the causes. One of the major issues is the data silos among government ministries. As you can see on the slide, the Korean government operates around 17,000 systems, each is spread across various ministries. Despite efforts to integrate these systems through a pan-government system, data silos still remain a challenge. Another issue is the high barrier to data sharing. Data isn't standardized for optimal use, and administrative documents are often not machine-friendly. Furthermore, each ministry cling to the existing system integration method and the legal restrictions, along with passive interpretation that contribute to data sharing obstacles. Analog processes are still in use, lacking digital-based designs, or hindering data sharing and integration. The aim of national strategy for the digital platform government is to tackle these problems. Our vision is to initiate world's leading DPG powered by AI and data. Our goal is provide citizen people-centric services so that reduce inconvenience in public service. To achieve this, we will work collaboratively as one government team and serve as a platform that allow private firms to test creative ideas while ensuring data security. Let me tell you about more detail about our initiative. The first, we aim to integrate and connect over 1,500 public services by 2026. This means the citizens can manage their public service in one place, saving their time and efforts. We will also provide proactive service with tailored notification so that no one miss out on benefits. Furthermore, we will launch the People Stream project, which will provide the citizens the benefit of DPG, such as AI welfare assistant. Second, we will remove silos between the government and the private sector, as well as within the government. We are redesigning the administrative system using digital technology, removing legal barriers to data use and promoting data sharing. We'll also phase out the use of file attachment. We'll conduct data analysis for the policies that closely aligned with the everyday lives of our citizens and introduce hyperscale AI exclusively for government use to significantly improve the quality of our public services. In order to better deliver such a service, we'll implement innovative infrastructure to integrate public and private sector data and services. We are making government system as cloud native for up-to-date service. Then we will foster DPG as a platform for private-public collaboration. We will build hyper-connected digital twins, creating a foundation for data-based administrative governance, along with AI and data industry growth. We will also swiftly open data that citizen and private sector would like to have access to. We will work to support the GovTech industry, which spurs innovation in government service through private sector capability and open public service, nurturing 10,000 software as a service vendors by 2026. Additionally, we will establish regional DPG networks to spread the innovation brought about by DPG and form a consultation body to support regional innovation. Here are what we expect you to achieve. Once the DPG is built on the foundation of data integration as a first achievement, we envisioning addressing welfare gaps with AI-based welfare services. We have already completed a system for identifying crisis household using big data generated by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. However, our goal is extended further to develop proactive welfare services, introducing AI welfare assistant, and establishing customized mental health care platform. The second expected achievement involves the Korean government establishing a benefit notification service to support the citizens in their daily lives. We are working toward providing 1,202 customized services by 2026, including integrated services for small and medium-sized enterprises, tailored support policies, and various information for youths. Through this effort, we aim to realize our key initiatives by 2026. As a result, DPG will create a new values as a global role model in digital transformation. Citizens will experience greater convenience. The government will transform into an efficient and agile one. And the business will generate innovative ideas and lead in global export through the growth of the GovTech industry. Last but not least, we hope to share our experience and contribute to the international community. Since the launch of the President's Committee on DPG, we made strong relationships with international organizations, including UN and World Bank, to share our vision and with countries that are actively promoting digital transformation. We will continuously build a close cooperation with partner countries by sharing our experience. DPG is all about making life easier, government smarter, and contributing to the world. We humbly ask your continued attention, support, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Let's give him a round of applause for his excellent presentation. Ms. Lee actually gave us a background introduction about what this digital platform government was created, and also he gave us the reasons, the challenges that behind this digital government, basically the data silos, and also the barriers for data sharing. I think it's common issues in many countries, about institutional barriers for data sharing. And also, I'm very impressed by the key initiatives of the digital platform government, the people-centric, one team, and a collaborative private-public platform. Yeah. And also, lastly, Ms. Lee also introduced that the Korean government's commitment to have international cooperation. So I'm sure after your presentation, our participants will have more interest to better understand the digital platform government, how they can better partnership with the private sector for the data partnership and for the data integration. Thank you so much, Ms. Lee. Now, let me have the pleasure to invite Mr. Wei-Ming Cook, the Senior Governance and Public Administration Officer of DPIDG UN DESA. Let's give me a round of applause to welcome to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, Kirby. I hope you are able to hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay, and I see that my presentation is up. Good morning, Excellencies, delegates, experts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to join remotely this very timely and important symposium on effective digital governance and digital transformation. My presentation today will focus on digital data governance framework. It's a capacity development project that we have embarked to support developing countries to look at how to implement data governance framework as an integrated whole of government approach. Next. So the whole project and our work here in DESA DPIDG, the e-government team, is very much hinged on our research work of the UN e-government survey that we have been doing for over 2 decades. Then we assess the e-government developments through what we call the e-government development index, EGDI, that we use our own primary data that we collect that will collate together to what we call the OSI, Online Service Index, along with other secondary data on human capital and telecommunication infrastructure from UNESCO, UNDP, and ITU respectively. In 2022, the focus of the survey was on the future of digital governments, and we'll be launching the next edition next year in 2024. Next. So on the topic of data, this was based on the very extensive research in 2020. The data trends, we know that it's actually increasing by many-fold. First of all, the definition of digital data is as a reinterpretable representation of information in a formalized manner that could be used for communication, interpretation, or processing. And the chart here shows just how quickly data is actually being created in all parts of the world. Next. So some of our findings that is not surprising to many of you, that optimizing the use of data will increase the productivity, accountability, and inclusivity of public institutions. And these are also the 3 important principles of Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda. A data-centric government will also be people-centric, as we also heard that is actually one of the key principles undertaken by the Republic of Korean governments by the earlier speaker, Mr. Lee, on the introduction of the digital platform governments. But many benefits around government data have yet to be realized, especially in developing countries. And there are many challenges, obstacles, including the lack of understanding of data and data science, the low priority, the essence of data leadership, the resource constraint, funding constraint, etc. Harvesting public value, it does require a long-term vision and an integrated approach that look at how to employ a holistic, whole of government, whole of society approach in developing an integrated data governance framework. That is the subject of our project that I'm going to share in a while. Next. So this is what we call the DIKW pyramid that most scholars have used, and is a very well-researched topic, that from data, you will form information, then we evolve knowledge, and then we have wisdom. Next. But in today's context, data sources come from different elements, including small and big data, conventional, new data, real-time data, transactional data, and etc. And we also use technologies, advanced technology in data aggregation, including in AI, the pre-processing, data warehousing, and also to enable data exchange and interoperability. Likewise, for data exploration, then government publish data through open data portal, government organized data visualization hackathons to look into more innovative use of data. And then advancing upwards, there's also data analytics, again, the use of AI, machine learning in algorithm and modeling. But more importantly is at the top is the important to look at how this actually aggregate to have more informed policy making and decision making. Next. So the aim of overall data that look at the challenge is from data scarcity to data abundance to fully disaggregated data, and advancing from historical data to high availability data, and then also the use of real-time data, like including weather data and transport data, and data from data silo, the data platform and ecosystem. We also heard earlier from Mr. Lee about how to advance from data silos to an ecosystem. Next. So our project focused on a data governance framework that is defined as putting together a set of rules, processes, behaviors related to the collection, management, analysis, use, sharing, and disposal of data. And effective of data governance should derive the ultimate aim of promoting full benefits and at the same time minimizing potential harms of the relevant data cycle. Next. So in our data governance framework, is driven at the fundamental layer by 3 principles of Goal 16, accountability, effectiveness, and inclusiveness. And the 4 pillars of policy, institutions, processes, and people, and 6 elements that include first on data standards and classification, second on data sharing, exchange and interoperability, third on data security, fourth on data privacy, fifth on data infrastructure, and sixth on digital identity. That sits at the center of a data governance framework. And we are in the midst of implementing the project for 6 countries in Asia Pacific that include Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, Fiji, Laos, and Vanuatu, and also another 6 in Africa. Those are Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Morocco, Namibia, and Rwanda. Next. Next. So, yeah, if you can click next. So what we can see here is that with this, looking at these 4 pillars and 6 elements, we will do a baseline study for each country that look at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in this 6x4 matrix. And we work together with the country to see what are the gaps to bridge and the opportunities that we could advance in implementing a data governance framework. Next. So I just like to highlight quickly about these 3 principles on accountability, effectiveness, and inclusiveness. These are actually very key principles that lies as the fundamental pillar of the framework. Next. And the 4 pillars, policies, that is the means of legitimizing data governance. Institutions are important. It's actually how we empower and to institutionalizing the data governance, including through leadership and institutional means. People is how we capacitate and to support the framework. And the last processes is about enabling and operationalizing. Next. So I will just illustrate a few of these elements, but not go in depth due to the limited time. So example of a policies of data policies that's important in today's context is the single source of truth, or data once only, or the once only principle. There are different ways of explaining, but this is actually used in many countries now, and also importantly, so because of the need to be more effective, accountable, and as well as be inclusive. And this is actually a framework that's used just to illustrate this important principle. Next. On institutions, elements that we covered include data leadership. That is important to have a national leadership, how to look at data governance, to look at the different implementation framework. Data stewards is actually important. And if we can go to the next slide. Next. These are organizational and institutional leaders that we are able to identify public value. And data stewards in some countries, they actually identify in different agencies and different ministries. Where we are also working at some countries, how to put in place or to define and also empower the data stewards across agencies, both vertically and horizontally. Next. And we also realized that for P3 on people, the pillar 3 on people, there are also different roles and responsibility. As the policymakers, decision makers, they do have to understand enough data in order to look for insights and decision making. Data stewards is what I just mentioned and discussed. Then we also need policy analysts. We also need data training for the general public administrators. And last but not least, also the data scientists. Next. Last but not least is the processes. This is just to highlight how important is that it is for us to move from data silos to platforms and to an ecosystem. And this is only possible when we have an integrated framework. Next. But the reality is always challenging, and these are some paradoxes, because data is not only an input, but also output of governments. And data is used in both the front end and the back end. Many data are used, and many are not, including that those are generated through e-services. So while some data is not used optimally, but some are also misused. For example, in malinformation. We have heard of many times there's a lack of data. But there is actually, for many public servants, there's always public information overload. And how do we better optimize the availability, the current availability of data? And last but not least, the important to recognize that government has a quadruple role as a data producer, data consumer, data regulator, and last but not least is also the data is a platform provider of data. Next. So on the 6 elements of data governance, which I've not go into here, this is the slide that we work with countries to identify these 6 elements and which are those that could be given more attention in terms of the 4 pillars, whether is it to look at policies, institutions, or the people, or the processes. Next. And these are the kind of governance data that we also delve into detail. Is of course, there's actually a big scope and also interlinked elements. Next. We also look into open government data. That is actually have been a key element of our e-government survey. One of the indicators that we tried, or sub-indicators that we try to evolve, is the what we call the Open Government Data Index. Next. So this is actually, we have done this research since 2012. In 2020 and 2022, we have completed a pilot stage of the Open Government Development Index that used to guide us to look at how member states or countries have been using OGD for sustainable developments. Next. So my last couple of slides here, which I like to just to share some key messages coming out of the 18th Internet Governance Forum. This has just been concluded last week in Kyoto, hosted by the government of Japan. The theme of the Internet Governance Forum is on the Internet we want, empowering all people. Next. The IGF is convened by the UN Secretary General. So in his opening message, the SG mentioned that we need to keep harnessing digital technologies enabled by the internet in order for us to deliver the SDG. Next. So here are some of the key messages, because one of the theme of the IGF is on data governance and trust. Next. First is on international initiative. It actually calls for more global digital cooperation, including data free flow with trust. This has first been introduced by Japan, the government of Japan, supported by other countries during the G20 presidency of Japan on data free flow with trust, and also recently discussed at G7. However, it is during the IGF, it's also discussed that we do need to bring on board all the developing countries to participate fully to discuss about cross-border data flows that are of increasingly importance because of how they actually relate to the data economy, the digital economy in general. One example is the African Union Data Policy Framework. That is a common approach defined for the region, the African region, so as to derive the strategic value of data, cross-border data, and how to share data for subsequent developments. Next. In the national context, it is highlighted that government and regulatory bodies should work together to implement comprehensive privacy regulation. More often than not, right now, we do recognize the data opportunities, but privacy concerns may be overlooked at times. Second is that it's important to have a multi-stakeholder approach because of the broad nature of data. So government should also work with civil society, academia, private sector, and other stakeholders to look at research and advocacy around the data use, data flows, including private surveillance. Building trusted relationships are very important for data flows, and the standard operating procedures and modalities for data operators should be put in place. Finally, it is very, very important to develop the data capacity of policymakers, regulators, and other stakeholders. And again, this is actually more importantly so in countries that have less resources, such as the developing countries. With that, I conclude my presentation. I hand the floor back to Kerping, the moderator. Thanks again.
Excellent presentation. Yeah. And during his presentation, Wei Ming gave us a very comprehensive introduction about the key building blocks and key elements of digital data governance. And also he further gave elaboration on these kind of 4 pillars, which also help us understand further about this essence of this kind of elements. And also, he also bring us a very fresh message from IGF, which just concluded last Thursday. And so he particularly mentioned about this data free flows with the trust, and also those kind of international initiatives, and also about the data management and the capacity building. Yeah, thank you, Wei Ming, so much for your comprehensive introduction on this topic. And also, you also mentioned that the ongoing project you conducted in African countries and select Asian countries. Thank you so much. So now let's move to our next speaker, Ms. Mariaza Oliveira, who is the Director, Division for Digital Inclusion, Policies and Transformation, Communication and Information Sector, UNESCO. So due to very kind of a challenging time difference, because now in Paris it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, so she cannot join us. So she prepare a video message, and yeah, please play the video message now. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone.
So while we're waiting for the video to be played, when you listen to her presentation, if you have any question you can mark down, then a letter we can email her for her answer. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. My name is Mariaza Oliveira. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague, Mr. Zhou Zhou, Director of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, for inviting me to speak at this prestigious symposium, and the Ministry of Interior and Safety of the Government of the Republic of Korea, as well as the Incheon Metropolitan City for hosting this excellent event. Let me start with a few basics and then share UNESCO's approach to understanding data and data sharing, and how those two concepts are related to public good and public value. Digital transformation has been made possible not only by faster and better connected digital devices, but also by increasing amounts of data. Data is recognized nowadays not only as a factor of production, but actually as the most critical one in the information age. is essential to the digital economy as oil was to the industrial economy. And just some numbers to see how fast it's growing and how important data is. UNESCO has been setting standards for digitization to ensure that the information that could be lost, for example, due to neglect, deterioration, natural disasters, conflict, and other causes, is actually protected and shared. UNESCO also supports member states with guidance on transforming these digital assets into data that can then be used for public good. And finally, we work on building capacities of member states, civil servants, judicial actors, young people, women, and so on, to seize the opportunities and to address the challenges of digital transformation. So let me give you several examples of how we do that. But before that, let me say that well-governed data becomes a primordial building block in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals if it's being utilized to promote and to support sustainable practices, policies, and initiatives, always with the goals of addressing global challenges, promoting equitable development, and ensuring the well-being of future generations. For us, we are trying to, really promote the public value of data, which lies in the positive social impact that it can be achieved when ethical and responsible collection, analysis, use, and governance of data can be deployed to drive innovation, to inform policy making, to achieve transparency and efficiency, and various improvements across sectors, addressing challenges and respecting individual rights. UNESCO advocates for the responsible data sharing and for harnessing the power of data for public value, considering that in the rapidly evolving global landscape and the pervasive integration of artificial intelligence into our daily lives, we must really unlock the power of data and the potential of digital transformation to expand development opportunities for everyone. This means that we must really develop good practices in investing in the development of data sets and address critical challenges such as climate change and inequality, as well as in data protection and privacy, and in empowering all social actors to participate in the governance of these critical resources. This means also that we need to build capacities of all stakeholders to really address and take advantage of data resources available and develop and implement human rights-based regulation and policies. Digital data governance is really essential for digital transformation since it really ensures that data is managed effectively and efficiently. This in turn enables us to make informed decisions, develop new products and services, improve public service delivery, both in terms of quantity, serving underserved or previously excluded groups, and or quality in enhancing the types of services that are offered to citizens. It helps to build trust among different stakeholders when data is governed properly. So let me give you some examples of how UNESCO contributes to enhance data sharing and the public value of data. UNESCO promotes the Rome X principles of Internet governance to ensure a rights-based, open to all, accessible by all Internet, and that is also governed by multi-stakeholder participation. When we have this type of Internet, a Rome X Internet, we can bridge the digital divide and increase access to information for all. This nurtures digital inclusion, ensuring that marginalized and underrepresented communities are not left behind. UNESCO's publication, Steering AI for Knowledge Societies, applied this set of principles as a compass to ensure a human-centered use of data-driven digital technologies. In particular, the openness and access chapters present a detailed context in which how data opened and enhancing access to quality data sets can facilitate a country's ability to reap the benefits of digital transformation, for productivity, for innovation, and for growth, while also mitigating its risks. I invite everyone to take a look at these publications of UNESCO, all available in our website. A second element of our work is working with open data policies. UNESCO has recently published guidelines to inform member states of the value of open data and to guide them on how data can be curated and opened. Because actually, in this day and age, we still have 120 countries that have no open data policies. So our guidelines provide concrete steps that can support member states around the world in opening their data sets, in enhancing the development of solid regulatory frameworks and data governance models that protect privacy and data value, while unlocking the potential for development, prosperity, and peace. The guidelines also note UNESCO's commitment to promote data sharing and can close knowledge gaps, stimulate innovation, and empower marginalized communities for data governance. It works on 12 steps in which we apply the principles that we call FAIR. That data should be findable, should be accessible, should be interoperable and reusable, and member states can journey towards a fair open data policy in 3 phases: preparing, opening, and following up to share data and reuse that. A major challenge for reaping benefits of digital transformation is actually the lack of sufficiently and adequately trained human resources, including data scientists, data ethicists, and others that are necessary to reap the value of data, particularly among civil servants. That's why UNESCO has developed an artificial intelligence and digital transformation competency framework that codifies the skills and competencies that are necessary for civil servants to elevate their capacities for digital data governance, including in partner countries. The recommendation outlines a series of principles for the development of artificial intelligence, as well as policy areas that require specific attention. Policy area number 3 is actually on data ethics, privacy, open data, and the use of data for advancing digital technologies for the public good. There's quite a lot that has to be done, to make sure that we have good data governance. But it starts, of course, with human rights, access to information, to privacy, to association, to freedom of expression, and so on. And with the right normative framework for data protection, for privacy protection, for copyright protection, and so on. The journey towards data-driven digital transformation and digital development really cannot be taken alone. So for us at UNESCO, international cooperation is really key to unlock the power of data for good, as it enables us to really co-create and to share good practices in governing data and promoting and protecting privacy and ethical approaches. UNESCO is ready to work with all member states in Asia Pacific, with our colleagues from DESA and other United Nations entities, so that all countries can benefit and none is left behind. And with that, I really thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, let's give her a round of applause for her excellent presentation. Though she cannot join us on site and just a pre-recorded message, but her presentation really gave us a very kind of comprehensive, introduction about the value of promoting data sharing and the data use, and also the UNESCO approach to this kind of data sharing. Particularly, he talked about the new frontier technologies, about how to steering AI, and also about advancing ICTs in the knowledge society. And also the 2 publications she mentioned in her presentation are very good. Maybe you can take a look at this kind of 2 presentations. He mentioned about the ROAM framework for data sharing and the public value of data use. Yeah. So for her presentation, if you have any questions, again, please email to us, or you can leave your questions on our online discussion board, so that we can address these questions to her. So yeah, so okay, so thank you. So now let me have the pleasure to invite Mr. Haptam Takelo Yalo, Senior Advisor for Development Policy and Planning, Ministry of Planning and Development of Ethiopia. Okay, it seems that he has some difficulty, right? Okay, so yeah, so it seems that we have some difficulty to connect him. Let me move to the presentation of my presentation, okay. So, okay, so next please. So I will make a presentation about this ongoing research we are doing in-house. It's about a training toolkit on building effective governance to accelerate digital government transformation. First, why we need this training toolkit? Because the trend is that government leaders have been making all endeavors to transform the public sector by leveraging innovation and digital technology to effectively deliver services and engage in society for achieving the SDGs. And also there's exponential growth of data and the propagation of 5G networks and other next generation devices. They will equip society with the data-centric apps, and also they boost data supply and demand. The world is really becoming a fully digital society. Meanwhile, we have many governments confronting huge challenges to effectively use the digital data for operation and decision making due to lack of digital capacities or the absence of a rigorous data governance framework. And also many countries are not prepared to identify and address the risks associated with the digital technologies. And also there's kind of some intensifying public concerns over data misuse, individual privacy, and security. So considering these challenges and trends, so UNDESA decided to further support the member states in this area. So this toolkit will provide in-depth review on the national data strategies as well as the barriers and the challenges in establishing digital data governance framework for promoting digital governance transformation. And also this toolkit, we also collect many kind of good country cases so that they are experienced in instituting robust and dynamic data governance framework. And also one of the concerns behind is that there are actually, as women just introduced, there are many kind of dimensions of digital data governance, and it really requires interdisciplinary skills, including some like basic knowledge about these principles of statistics, and also is also the understanding about the importance of legal and regulatory framework. And also sometimes we also find that knowledge and other cases are very scattered. So we try to use this toolkit and integrate all these things in one place. Next, please. And also what this toolkit try to achieve. First, it can help us gain a better understanding in the following areas. The why digital data governance is the prerequisite for digital governance transformation, and what are the major building blocks and key elements of a digital data governance, and the why whole of government and multi-stakeholder approach to digital data governance, and how to build public-private people partnerships, and what are the strategies and approaches to personal data protection and data security. And why is it important to promote cooperation for cross-border data flows. Next, please. So now I will give an introduction about the overall structure of the toolkit. So this toolkit will compose the overview part and also 5 chapters. Next, please. The first chapter will be on the effective digital data governance for accelerating digital government transformation. So we'll talk about why we need to accelerate digital government transformation, address complex and linked socio-economic challenges, and what does the digital government transformation entail, and also digital data governance as a prerequisite for digital government transformation, and what is data-driven and evidence-based decision-making, and digital data governance for effective governance and sustainable development, and what are the risks of harnessing digital technology and using data in the public sector, and what are the sources and related terminology of government data. And actually in Wei Min's presentation, he also gave us a very kind of good listing of this kind of government data. Next, please. In this chapter, we'll also talk about the framework with the building pillars and the key elements, and also what about the data literacy and the capacities of a public sector workforce, what are those kind of general principles of data governance, and what are the processes, governance, and handling principles during the data governance life cycle. And also, it's also very important that in this part, I also introduce the one questionnaire that we circulated to the digital government focal points for 9 countries. We try to identify the demands of developing countries in building, implementing the digital data government framework. And also, I will also have a brief analysis of current data government landscape, and also then lastly about UN DESA's work in digital government and digital government data. So next, please. And also, especially on, as I said, that I would like to give you more information about this questionnaire that was circulated in 2021 about the country demands and the challenges of setting up the digital data governance framework. So we received 11 responses from 9 countries. So I integrate all their responses, which shows that they have designated officials in charge of instituting a data governance framework, and they have a strong commitment from senior leadership to develop a data governance framework. They all have some types of measures or arrangements in regulating data use, data protection or security, monitoring and evaluation data management, and business procedures and process in data collection, processing, storage, and access. Next, please. And most countries have institutional data coordination mechanism in place, digital platforms, data platform, enacted laws and regulation, a short-term plan or long-term strategy in place. And all countries have political commitment and citizen support. And the major challenge and barriers in managing the data-centric digital government, including the personal data protection, data security, data generation, data sharing, data use, and data analytical skills. Next, please. The country responses also reflected the specific needs and the challenges in different dimensions of digital data governance, which include, first of all, the changing mindsets and building digital skills and the capacity of the government officials. Secondly, is about a partnership with the society, including how to bring up the data business startups and the data sharing and exchange with private sector, and promoting data exchange at the trading market. Next, please. And also how to the developing strategy and enacting and setting regulations, and the data generation, data sharing, and data use and data quality assurance, and how to setting the rules for data use in government and institutional arrangements, including the organizational structure and institutional coordination. And lastly, about the personal data protection and data security. So basically, actually, if you can see that the structure of the toolkit is more or less in alignment with the country demands and also the challenges they're facing. So chapter 2 is about institutional coordination and collaboration with effective data governance. In this chapter, we will talk about the importance and the mechanism of interdepartmental coordination and collaboration, and also developing national data governance policy and strategy, and what is the institutional framework, and what's the leadership of effective coordination, and what's the role of data stewards, as Wei Min also introduced in his presentation. And we need the need for taking a holistic approach to data governance, and also then the cross-border data flows, which now become a very important dimension of the data governance. Chapter 3, I will talk about data generation, data sharing, data use, and data quality assurance. So first addressing about the complexity of multiple and interdisciplinary data sources. Just at the very beginning, I talked that government now not only relying on traditional data sources, but also they're also turning to the resources of those kind of new data, the big data, real-time data, geospatial data, and also how to address the challenges of coordinating data collection, and what is the data sharing, and what's the frameworks enabling public sector data sharing, and what's about the data standardization and classification, and also importance of data interoperability, and also about the data use, especially about data analytics, and particularly about big data analytics for data-driven decision making, and also disaggregated data for ensuring leaving no one behind. And also the framework for data quality assurance framework, and then how to build an enabling environment for data sharing, linked data, and data exchange. Then chapter 4, I will talk about building public and private people partnership for effective digital data governance. So first I will talk about why building a data partnership, why it's needed, and also the dimension of data partnership and public engagement, and how to engage the civil society, academia, and the private sector. And then the government as a platform, and also main problems and challenges in building data partnership, and also the protocols for data partnership. Last chapter, I will talk about the privacy, data protection, and data security. So first about some general conceptual introduction about privacy, data protection, and security, and the importance of protection personal data, and then the digital ethics and public trust, and then the approaches and strategies to personal data protection with the legal provisions and regulations, and the legitimacy of collecting and using personal data and the storage of personal data. So actually, during the COVID-19 emergency, actually this issue has become very important about the collection and using data and the time limits for storing the data with government. And there's some classic data protection approaches and how to ensuring data security and e-resilience of ICT infrastructure. And also, I will also briefly in this chapter about those technology for enhancing data privacy. Next, please. So the main characteristics of this toolkit, it's kind of it will highlight important digital data governance for digital government transformation. It will introduce the key dimension of digital governance with a practical explanation to the approaches and the strategies on each dimension, with a focus on institutional coordination, collaboration, interdisciplinary data sources and data use, public-private people partnership, and privacy, data protection, data security. And also, I also do some exhaustive research on those kind of case studies. Next, please. So what the methodology was used in developing the training toolkit. First, about the desktop research, I did some research on those kind of publications and papers by European Union, ITU, UNDP, World Bank, OECD, World Economic Forum, scholarly articles, and those case studies in government websites. And also I referred to our UN DESA work on digital data government, including the UN e-governance survey, and one online training course on data governance developed by the digital government branch of DPID UN DESA. Next, please. So what's next? So this one, again, this training toolkit is still ongoing research. So next step will be first, we will conduct some internal peer review to further improve the draft. Secondly, we will solicit the comments and feedback from countries, including all of you here today, so that we can further refine the draft and to make sure that this toolkit can be better address the specific and contextual needs and demands from you. And then next we will, after this draft get further improved and finalized, we will convert it to PPT slides for easy use And also, we'll try to also convert to the online training course so that users can do it on the self-spaced learning. Yeah. So that concludes my presentation. Can we check whether Mr. Still no? Okay. Thank you so much. So in that case, since our speaker from Ethiopia, he has some problem to talk with us. May I suggest just we play his slides so that we can give I can give like a very brief talk about his slides. Okay. Because I think Ethiopia case it's very important and they are really moving fast and with lots of achievements in building up the effective data governance framework. Yeah. I also understand because now it's like it's 4 a.m. in the morning. It's really very challenging for him. Yeah. Okay. So can you play his presentation? We can go quickly about his presentation. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Next. Yeah. So, okay. So, at the background instruction, he first introduced the Ethiopia data economy. Yeah. So you can see that that domestic demand has for IT services is really growing rapidly. And also digital services are used more widely than ever in Ethiopia. So he gave some statistics about the mobile users, about the internet users. Next, please. He also talked about the data economy, Ethiopia data economy, about digital data payments are really expanding, and also about their national payment gateway interface. And many digital platforms provide various services, ride-hailing, food delivery, task and e-learning. And also each of these activities contribute to the widespread use of data and illustrate the importance of effective and efficient data governance. The country also have increased digitization and also the proliferation of online services and the use of new technologies have dramatically increased the volume of data in circulation. Next, please. And also, he also mentioned why the data governance is needed in Ethiopia. First, it's, the country is really moving, digitizing very fast in previous years, creating a rapidly growing consumer base that is being targeted by both domestic and foreign companies. And also, Ethiopia needs to bridge the regulatory gap between burgeoning data creation and the need to regulate and leverage available data. So the country needs to develop frameworks to boost data protection and data sharing. There should be measures that aim to further boost, to further support the government, private sector use of data for socio-economic benefits. Next, please. And also, some challenge of data in Ethiopia. I think this kind of issues are quite common in many countries as well. So mostly the public data not digitized, and also data are not standardized, not interoperable, and not readily accessible for users. It also talk about something about these barriers for data sharing maybe. And also the greenfield nature of Ethiopia public data governance presents excellent opportunity to avoid the pitfalls of complex, restrictive digital data systems that have involved as well. Next, please. And also, I really like these slides about a data governance theory of change. You know, he talked about how to say what's the designed or aimed accomplishments. Yeah. Then what the major intervention is needed, including like creating a national data governance steering committee, providing training on data governance, best practices to govern officials and staff, and develop and implement data access and sharing directives, creating data portal for the public to access government data, and develop and enforce data standards, improve data infrastructure, and develop data improvement programs. And that it also get, give a clear list of output expected from this intervention, and what's the outcome, and what's the impact. The outcome included improved data quality, increased data security, more effective use of data, and better decision making, and also increased trust and confidence in the use of data, and also promoted innovation and economic growth. Yeah. Next, please. And also, he also elaborated what's instruments at hand related to data. He talked about the Ethiopia enterprise architecture and also government interoperability framework. So I think this one is a basic skeleton or basic framework for the digital data governance. And also there seems that they are also going to develop a new Ethiopia National Data Set Master Plan. And also content, not yet, move back, yeah. The content digitization standard will be updated. And they have a draft data classification policy. And also they have also built up the Ethiopian data governance baseline studies. They have e-transaction proclamation. And also it seems that the personal data protection is still not yet approved. And Ethiopia open data policy is still not approved yet. Yeah, next please. And also he also talked about the big data in government planning and monitoring. So for this kind of big data, for the data-driven decision making, for predictive analysis, for real-time monitoring, and also for the performance evaluation. So he said that big data can be valuable resources for government agencies in various aspects of planning and monitoring. If we may recall, actually yesterday in the setting the scene session, so there are two speakers actually mentioned about how the importance of digital data governance collection and analysis for the government decision making, and also for the SDG monitoring and evaluation, if you may recall yesterday. And also the data can help us guide us our path to the realizing the 2030 agenda. Next, please. So he specifically talked about Ethiopia as a digital monitoring and evaluation system. According to this slide, Ethiopia is making significant strides in the realm of digital government with the implementation of digital planning, monitoring, evaluation systems. Actually, 3 weeks ago, our office received, I received one request from Malawi, the Ministry of Planning and Development. The government is now trying to establish a system for the whole government monitoring and tracking with the digital government system. And also he said that this innovative system represents a fundamental shift in how the government manages data and information, and it's designed to improve the quality, timeliness, and the credibility of data across various sectors. And also, as a cornerstone of evidence-based policy making, the digital planning and monitoring evaluation system enhances the decision-making process by providing real-time, accurate, and comprehensive data. So this system, its primary objective is to empower line ministries and government bodies to make informed choices which are ultimately contributing to improve the program outcomes and sustainable development. So this system has an objective for the departmental, interdepartmental coordination. Yeah. Next, please. And also this system features, he especially talk about how to ensure the data quality and the timeliness of data. So by improving the data quality and the timeliness, the system enhances the nation's ability to respond swiftly to challenges and seize opportunities, thus fostering sustainable development in Ethiopia. And at the heart of the digital planning and monitoring evaluation system are features meticulously designed to elevate the data quality and timeliness to new heights. And there's automated data analytical tools enable users to gain deeper insights into trends, patterns, and emerging issues across various sectors. Also, the system employs advanced data validation mechanisms, reducing errors, and ensuring the accuracy of information collected. And also with real-time collection, with the real-time data collection and reporting capabilities, it addresses the historic challenge of delayed out-of-date information. Next, please. And also, he also further talk about SDG reporting. Also, in this system, there's it seems that they have a specific module that featuring SDG reporting. Yeah. In this module, this module is dedicated to tracking and reporting the progress towards the SDGs, providing valuable insights into the national efforts in areas such as poverty reduction, education, health, and environmental sustainability. Also, this kind of reporting module also integrates seamlessly with a broader system, ensuring that the data related to the SDGs is easily accessible and can be used for comprehensive reporting analysis. Ethiopia's commitment to the SDG is reinforced by this system, which helps align national policy and action with the global sustainability objectives. Next, please. This slides, he talked about the key features and those applications of the system. It includes like a data collection part. So the system seamlessly incorporates data collection from a multitude of government agencies and actively encourage data contribution from citizens. So this one is important. They already start to put emphasis on data from citizens. So this comprehensive data set encompasses a wide array of economic, social, and environmental indicators. And also there's another component about data analysis. And there's a dashboard and a reporting. So within this digital system, sophisticated dashboard and reporting tools are made readily available for government officials. These tools empower them to effortlessly visualize data and monitor performance. Yeah? These dashboards are thoroughly tailored to cater to various government departments and agencies. And also this system is integrated with policy planning. So this system is a seamless integrated government plan processes, effectively aligning policy with the valuable data-driven insights. And also this feature is very important about public engagement. So this system actively engages citizens in decision-making processes. So this feature enables citizens to provide feedback, report issues, and actively participate in shaping policies. Next, please. So this system benefits, I think it's quite common, so I will skip this slide. Next, please. So there's some key takeaways. Let me quickly go through it, okay? So Ethiopia has made progress in developing foundational elements for national data governance, including e-government, interoperability framework, data set master plan, data standards, and draft policies related to data protection, open data, and data governance. Many of these efforts still remain incomplete and outdated. Critical policy and legal frameworks around data policy, open data, and overall data governance still in draft form and not formally approved. So there's a need for renewed momentum to finalize and formally approve the key policies, laws, and frameworks. This will legitimize and enable implementation of national data governance in a systematic manner. Ethiopia should focus on building institutional capability, skills, and a culture for adherence to good data governance across government, private sector, and civil society. Formal arrangement of frameworks are still insufficient. Strategic priorities looking ahead, including enacting data protection and open data laws, establishing central data governance bodies, like steering committee maybe, the developing sector-wide data strategy, and launching large-scale capacity building in data literacy and data ethics. And a partnership with the regional and global institutions working on data governance can support peer learning and the development of localized governance models. And also, with the concerted efforts to put in place the remaining building blocks, Ethiopia can progress rapidly toward a more coordinated, accountable, and effective national data governance. Yeah. So that's his presentation. Although unfortunately we cannot have him with us, but his presentation, especially those kind of theory of change, are very good for us to understand what's the intervention the government is targeting and what's achieved outcome for the country. So we still thank him for his efforts to prepare these slides, although he cannot join us today. Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause, even though he's not with us now. Yeah, thank you so much. So now I will open the floor for the questions. Yeah. Okay, Ramis, I see many hands. Yeah. So I will first start with Ramis. So when you stand up to raise your question, so please first identify yourself, who you are, and your affiliate agency, so that we can know better. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, keeping, and then also you and Pog, because organizing this type of session, this is really, really valuable for government in many countries, because the whole world is moving to data, and basically the digital data. This session on digital data governance is really, really important one for this world. It is moving very fast in very sporadically, very highly innovative way, but you are facilitating globally in a very smart way of desert. But I have several questions. But in Young Chung Lee's presentation, yeah, your one team is really, really innovative one, I found, because in 2016, 2017, when we worked a lot on SDG data reporting and also the evaluation, how to measure data. In many countries working on 232 indicators, in some of the countries working with 500 indicators in terms of SDG. So there are lots of variation in number of indicators, different governments working on in different way. But what UN statistics innovation on metadata, you know that metadata, it is really, really learning document where we innovated lots of data innovation, including data analytics. So I wanted to learn from Korea, that is the data sharing, because when we discussed a lot in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and during the COVID season, data sharing is really, really important one. But we struggled a lot in Bangladesh, and from different countries we learned a lot. But how you managed all these things, the challenges around data sharing, because with the demographic data, health data, environment data, and also women also mentioned in this session about the cross-border data sharing, which is for environment, communicable diseases, and also the public service in different countries. And also keeping mention about the big data and how to use for digital government, and also coming up with different idea. But I wanted to learn basically on data sharing and what types of innovation, 5, 6, 7 innovation you have used in Korea to develop the digital government and also digitalization in data, and come up, which is contributing to basically government decision making, planning, and also big data for future foresights, and also like 50 years plan, 100 years plan, because you are contributing a lot from Korean government. It is not only in Korea, and you are also teaching globally in many countries, particularly where UN POC is connecting in different way. So if you can share a bit some points, that will be very helpful, and including the big data, particularly around the data sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. As you mentioned, we faced almost similar obstacles to move forward to data sharing. As I mentioned before, there's some resistance from the ministries that have been operating their own system. And in many countries also has some legal restrictions of using some personal data. If we want to provide the customized service, we have to use the personal data, but sometimes it's very hard to using the personal data. And especially many officials are concerned about the leakage of the personal data. So I want to recommend you first we have to remove these obstacles. In Korea we have, so that's why our committee on DPG was under president's authority, because we have to move many ministries and local government toward this data sharing. So we need some power, and sometimes we need authorities to change their way of operating the data sharing system. And second, we need to also invest a lot of efforts to standardize the data. We cannot see the progress in data standard because it's very hard to monitoring how the progress is going on. But we have to make some organization that may be in government or some public institutions. They have to study and monitor and continuously educate the government officials or public servants to keep them with some knowledges of the data sharing. I think it's not enough, but that's our main focus on to move forward that data sharing.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Can I move to the next? Yeah.
So,
yes,
sorry,
please.
I missed one point. That is you advised me to introduce. So this is Ramijuddin from UNDP, but I worked as a head of experimentation. But previously, from 2014 to 2018, I worked at the Prime Minister's Office of Bangladesh. It's actually to facilitate sustainable development goal and also the data governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, yes, please. Because my colleague asked me to finish this session by 10:30 sharp. So I ask you to please make your question concise, okay? Yeah,
okay.
Thank
you very much. My name is Chirai Anderson from Zimbabwe. And my question is to Kepingla Yao, and it's on data sources. As we struggle with getting data for our indicators on SDGs, how, maybe from your experience, use the non-traditional methods of data gathering, like citizen-generated data. Because we really struggle in developing countries because we have only maybe an institution like our National Statistics Office for quality and informed data. And if we use the non-traditional methods versus what you are saying of data quality and trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, this question is a very challenging issue for many countries. Yesterday, you can also from our speaker said in the scene session, so many indicators we have insufficient data or bad data quality. So either data outdated and also the data simply not available. Also, there's maybe the country not adopting the standardized guideline to collect data. So there's a problem with the data standardization. And nowadays, for example, for the environment protection, for the climate change action, the relying on government data is far from enough, especially for the environment monitoring. They have the millions of data entry points. So we need to have to rely on the private sector, their like data monitors, their the devices, and also the citizen science data from like a cell phone to collect the data, cover this kind of areas that there are huge gaps that the government data is not covered. And also, again, for the data standardization, the government should also talk with the, the private sector to ensure that data is interoperable between the private sector and the public sector. I hope this question can quick answer to your question, yeah. So, sorry, so I have to finish. So may I direct one question from online participants? So, Wei Ming, you are still with us? Wei Ming? He's gone or not?
Yeah, I'm still online.
Okay, thank you, Wei Ming. So the question is, can you show up the question again? It's about the digital government transformation for the global health partnership. Yes, Wei Ming, the question is how can digital transformation enhance global partnership on the healthcare system? Very quick answer. Wei Ming. It's a very
this
big
is a
question.
very. I will attempt to answer very broadly because this is actually quite also a broad question. I think we can actually see this illustrated evidence during COVID-19 pandemic, especially when countries share data to not just to look at in terms of prevention, in terms of all the like cross-border checking, health check, digital certificates, but also in terms of deriving a vaccines for the COVID-19 pandemic. So definitely there is actually a lot of metrics, a lot of merits in terms of cross-border data sharing to look at all the different health challenges since actually it is very much in the context of globalization. I hope given the time constraint, I hope this answered the question.
Okay.
Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Wei Ming. Thank you so much. So with that, I would like to thank Ms. Lee for your excellent presentation and joining with us, and also Wei Ming joining us from online. Yeah, and so with that, I would like to conclude this session. I have no time to give a summary of discussions. So, and also sorry that we don't have time to accept more questions. But on the floor, we can have a further discussion, and also we can address the questions to our participant, even like Ms. Lee, he will leave us soon. Then we still can address the question to him, yeah? And also especially about your interest to have a further partnership with the Korean government, yeah. Okay, with that, we thank Ms. Lee for his excellent participant joining us today. Thank you so much, Ms. Lee, yeah. I give back floor to Haley and Praveen. Thank you.
Thank you, Keping. We apologize that we did not give you more time. We're sorry about that, but we would want to also be very sharp on time. So this is the end of thematic session 2. We're going to have a 10-minute break. But after the 10-minute break, we actually have a series of very interesting sessions ready for you. So thematic session 3 will be held in this room and also in this link. But then we're also going to have a youth session that is going to be held in room 207 and in a different link that is being transmitted via the chat box right now.
So we'll see you here in 10 minutes for thematic session 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this thematic session 3 will start in a few minutes. Please take your seats. I kindly request all the participants to come inside. We are going to start thematic session 3 in 1 or 2 minutes. UNPOG colleagues, if you see Anna Thorlund, please invite her into this room. We are going to start thematic session 3 shortly. I'm waiting for our moderator. Anna is not here yet, so I'm waiting for Anna. UNPOG colleagues, if you see Anna, welcome back everyone for thematic session 3. Please be seated. We are going to start our session. Now I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ms. Anna Thorlund, governance and public administration expert of UNPOG. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning. May I ask everyone in the room to take your seat and invite my fellow panelists to the session to come to the podium, please. If everyone can please take your seats. Okay, let's start. We have colleagues online, and we have colleagues. Please, may I kindly ask to take your seats and we start the session. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. We're going to start thematic session 3 of today. And we have a great line of speakers. Thematic session 3 is on innovation and digital transformation at the local level for better public service delivery. So we are going to follow up the same discussion, similar discussion we were having the previous session, thematic session 2, but now we're going to focus on the local level and better service delivery. This morning, my name is Anna Torlund. I'm a governance and public administration expert at UNPOG, UNDESA, and I will be your moderator for the session. And we have a great line of 5 speakers this morning, and we have Dennis Susar from UNDESA online. Thank you, Dennis, for being with us so late in this evening in New York. You have the online speakers have the bios of the speakers in the booklet, which is sharing now online. And I will introduce you our first speakers. But before I go to the bios of the speakers, let me introduce you the session. The session will focus on this area of rapid urbanization and the concept of smart cities, technology, modern urban areas has gained immense importance. So this session will shed light on the critical role that governance innovation can play in the creation of smart cities with superior service delivery. While the use of digital technologies can make service delivery more effective, due consideration should be given to the challenges and risks associated with the use of technologies, including widening digital divides and issues related to data protection and cybersecurity. So this session aims to demonstrate how effective governance and digital transformation can bring about urban sustainable development. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Qingquan Wang, Director of the Research Center of Technological Innovation at the Shanghai Academy of Social Science. You have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In my presentation, I will use quantitative methods to depict and benchmark some smart cities. And I will also present 2 small cases to support it. Next, please. Okay. The framework of this benchmarking of smart cities is an analogy or metaphor made between a smart city and a transport system. So we have 4 dimensions. For a transport system, for a sound transport system, we need infrastructure. That means roads, highway, and economy, producing cars, public service, public transportation, and private service, private cars, and etc. So for the well-functioning of a smart city, we also need these 4 factors: smart infrastructure, a smart economy, a smart service, and a smart governance. So next, please. Okay, for all cities chosen for the benchmarking, because this project is partially sponsored by Shanghai municipality, so we choose some city in scale comparable to Shanghai, and also considering some elements such as representatives of region and availability of data. So we choose finally all these cities. This is the first dimension. We use 3 criteria: mobile network, exports, bandwidth, data center. Most data come from ITU. So, because the data of this dimension is not available on city basis, so we choose the national data as a replacement. So you can see, for example, the mobile network, we have Dubai, emerging city in this kind of technology. And for export bandwidth, Hong Kong, a very open region of China. And the data center, we have also Hong Kong as at top. So please, next. For the second dimension, the smart economy, we choose 3 criteria. The first, digital application, to describe the environment for environment, including talents, institutes, universities, for the environment of ICT development. So in this criterion, we have Paris at the top. The second is the regional or geographical distribution of major internet companies. Because of the availability of data, so the data of interactive gaming is occupy a very high weight in this criterion. So Tokyo, as it is it is a very important city in interactive game, especially in the internet age, not the mobile age. So it still gets the highest score of 100. And the third criterion, ICT industry, we use the software companies' distribution for this data. Next, please. This is a small case. With regard to the third criterion, the ICT sector, we can have 3 types of companies: company providing services, company for manufacturing, but newly established factories, and company for traditional sector transformation. This is a project I am very deeply involved in. Is a Huamao, plant of Huamao. It belongs to a very traditional sector, the textile, spinning. Huamao, this project was finished 3 years ago. Huamao integrated 60 years of experience and knowledge to build a system to keep the information security. Huamao organized a group of experts, not an interior department, and use 5 suppliers to keep the information security and implement a digital transformation project. Finally, after the digital transformation, the result is very exciting, because compared to the previous year, so the second year achieves the comprehensive cost dropped by 35%. Energy consumption was reduced by 25%, and labor was reduced by 70%. So for the very traditional sector, especially the textile, we always considered this kind of sector is very labor intensive, but it can be knowledge and capital intensive. So with this kind of experiment, we can see with the rising of cost in China, we have two choices. The first is relocate factories elsewhere. The second is automatization, even for a very traditional sector. Next, please. So this dimension is about online service provided in private sector and mixed private-public sector. We have three criteria: online health, digital transport service, online education. For these three criteria, we can see Chinese mainland cities have got a very high score. This is because in the age of mobile phone, in the age of mobile internet, Chinese city profit from this opportunity to organize very efficient applications, very efficient applications. Next, please. Here I show some picture of the portal app of Shanghai municipality. So you can see, use the portal app. Almost all services can be accessed via mobile phone. For this is a general entry. And here you can have all your identity card, including your identity card, real estate, marriage, driver's license, reading card, social security card, and etc. You can always add. And you can show your card on your mobile phone. It is very easy. You are the only one who can authorize the access to the data of your identity. And here is for the health and medical services. So you have all your informations, all your cars to access to major hospitals in Shanghai. And here is here's for cultural attractions. You can booking and pay your visit directly here. We have also a complaining service via the app. You can complain everything with regard to public service. And every complaining will get surely a response. And if you complain, within 1 day, you receive a telephone call. And the satisfaction rate is taken into account for the track record of the department. So next, please. The last dimension is also the last dimension, the public governance, digital for public governance. We have three criteria: open data, digital city safety, and digital participation. Open data is a criterion developed by our institute. And the digital city safety is a calculation of input, output. And the final digital participation is the accessibility to all public service via internet and app. So next, please. This is the final result of the ranking. And from this ranking, I have, I think they reveal several informations. The first, Chinese mainland cities ranking. You may say you are Chinese and from Chinese mainland, so you rank Chinese mainland cities high. Maybe, but this is our ninth ranking. The first ranking, Shanghai, is at the position of 14, in total 20, 14. And generally, it gets a higher and higher position. This is mainly because the reason I just mentioned, that is in the mobile age, Chinese developed a gigantic sector of information service. And Shanghai profits from this industrial capability to develop its service via mobile internet. And the accessibility, the capability, all possibilities are provided to citizens and consumers. For the second, the top is Singapore. Singapore is considered by us as the economic capital of ASEAN region. So currently, this region is a stage of competition between US companies, Chinese companies, Indian companies, and local companies. So because of the competition, so it can have a very developed sector of smart cities. For the third remark, for Japan and European countries, in the mobile age, it seems they have some temporary difficulty to integrate the mobile technology in their smart city building. We met a French scholar last week. When we talked of the emerging European internet companies in the information age, we see only two, SAP and Ubisoft. They were created 30 years ago. So the fourth remark, when we build smart cities or implement e-governance projects, we always talk of some bottleneck. This bottleneck includes interoperability and departmental interest, bureaucracy, and etc. Shanghai can overcome these obstacles because it grabbed the opportunity of the arrival of mobile internet, and all services were suddenly put into one big server. Fifth remark, the a word mentioned several times during our symposium, the partnership, especially partnership between public and private. I think in the case of Shanghai, because of the public service can be provided by private sector. For example, WeChat and Alipay. And private services can be provided by public app. And finally, we found the boundary where there is a fuzzy zone of public-private sectors. So I think the funding of this boundary is surely the funding of a partnership possibilities between private and public. And finally, maybe an issue you are sensitive to, that is privacy. So when you build such a system, how to safeguard, how to protect the privacy of citizens. In fact, we found that by implementing this project, the privacy, finish immediately, the last remark, is better protected because before all the data are in different servers, and now they are in the central. And you are the only one to authorize the cloud to show what kind of data you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shi-Kuan Wang, for your excellent presentation. We have heard about the case of Shanghai and how Shanghai City overcome the bottlenecks such as interoperability. And this very interesting smart cities ranking highlight the partnership, the importance of the partnership between public and private sector, and the importance of private sector, private data information. So we can continue our conversation in the Q&A with Professor Wang. Let me introduce our next speaker, who is online, is Mr. Dennis Susar, who is a Governance and Public Administration Officer at the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA. Dennis' main work areas include digital government and preparation of the biannual UNDESA flagship publications, the United Nations e-government survey. Dennis, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Anna, and thank you for giving the floor to me, and thank you for inviting. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have a short presentation today about the local online service index. Next, please. So the local online service index is a ranking of cities very similar to the previous presentation, and it is part of the United Nations e-government survey. We've started looking at the cities in the UN e-government survey in 2018. And just a short note about the UN e-government survey, it's the only tool that is assessing the national portals of the 193 UN member countries. So you can Google UN e-government survey and access our latest publication that you see in the red cover on the far right. If we go back to local online service index, we started looking at cities in 2018 with 40 cities and 60 indicators. In 2020, we have increased our indicators to 80 and number of cities to 100. And in 2022, we looked at the most populous city in each 193 UN member state. Next, please. So the reason for this study is, I think, obvious to everyone in this room. Municipalities are closer to people. people interact with their local governments more, and they also participate in local issues more. So we thought that we can supplement the UN e-government survey with the local online service index. Next, please. So today, 56% of the world population, nearly 4.4 billion, live in cities. And as you all know, this number is projected to increase in the coming years. And more importantly, the rate of urbanization is expected to be higher in Africa and Asia. Some other statistics, urban residents are twice as likely as those living in rural areas to use the internet, unfortunately, due to connection and digital divides within the countries between rural and urban areas. And this likelihood is much higher in developed countries, actually, 4 times likely to use. So for all these reasons, it's important that local governments invest in online services in city portals. Next, please. So as I mentioned, we have 86 indicators in 2022 under 5 criteria: institutional framework, content provision, service provision, technology, and participation and engagement. And these are also in line with the national assessment that we are currently conducting for the upcoming United Nations e-government survey 2024, which will be launched in 2024, and again will cover all the countries and the most populous city in each country. Next, please. So when we look at 193 cities, the most populous city, one first finding is only 146 of them had an online presence. So 47 cities, 193 minus 146, 47 cities did not even have an online presence. So that finding itself is already alarming and tells us that there is room for improvement, capacity building here. Next, please. I'm just showing you the very high lossy group, we call it, those cities who scored 75% or higher in our assessment. You see these cities here. Most of them are from Europe and North America, but you also see, like the previous speaker mentioned, Singapore, Shanghai, Tokyo, and other cities from other regions. But it should be noted that we don't have any African city in the very high group, and I hope this will change in 2024. Next, please. Kiev and Riyadh moved from the middle to the very high lossy group, and Minsk also made some improvement from low to high. Next, please. Okay, so because we looked at 100 cities in 2020 and we have assessed 83 of them also in 2022, here in this graph you see that those cities, at least from 2020 to 2022, made some progress, very high increased and also high increased. Next, please. This is the distribution of 146 cities, very high, like there is an equal distribution here. So they are, you can really say that they are in four different groups. Next. This is an interesting finding. If the city's population increases, the lossy local online service index values also increase. So if the megacities of 10 million or more, the first bar showing on the left, that tells us, and they have the highest lossy average, that tells us that the larger city in population, the better services that they provide. And this may be for various reasons, such as resources or strong support, strong demand, maybe more collaboration with the national government. Next, please. Here in this graph, we are comparing the city portal versus their national portal. So the axis, which says Online Service Index 2022, is the national portal values, and the y-axis is the city portal values. So if you look at the graph, you see very less dots on the left side of the line and a lot of dots on the right side, which tells us that in most cases, national portal is performing much better than the city portal. And the ones on the zero line on the x-axis are the cities without any portal. And for many years now, all countries have national portals, so they have some kind of national value on the x-axis. Next, please. I mentioned at the beginning institutional framework, content, service, participation, engagement, and technology. This graph is just trying to give us a quick snapshot of how cities are doing. The yellow bar, which tells us 75 to 100% of indicators met, is highest in the institutional framework. So cities have achieved a lot of institutional framework features that we assess, and it is the smallest in the services provision, so they have not implemented many services provision related features, which I will elaborate a bit more in the next slides. Please, next. So institutional framework, we look at organizational structure. If you go to a city portal, can you see the name and contacts of departments, links for other government agencies, etc. And most cities do good in this subcategory. Next, please. And content, we have noticed a lot of health environment related content in the 2022 edition, maybe due to COVID-19, but all other sectors are also well noted. Next, please. Content, if we detail the content, we see a lot of sports and culture related information in city portals, which is also a good sign. Waste and recycling, public transportation, and road safety follows. Next, please. Procurement, 70% of the cities that we looked at provide procurement announcements, but the results are only 53%. They publish the results. Next, please. Now look at the services. The most common service is some kind of online payment, followed by permits, business licenses, and then it follows with police declaration, etc. But services, this is the weakest link where cities need improvement. Next, please. Participation and engagement. One interesting finding here is social networking. Many cities use social networking tools on their portals, followed by feedback, complaint submission, and budget-related participation. Next. Technology, we look at if the city portal is compatible with different browsers, if you can find the city portal in the most common search engine in that country, and mobile device accessibility, and the city portals also do pretty good here in this subcomponent. Next, please. Yeah, in order to do this assessment, we recruit 2 people from that country speaking the local language. But we also send out a questionnaire to cities, to the most populous city in each country, to help us to prepare for the survey. Next, please. So very briefly, I mentioned that inequalities between local and city portals, which tells us there is lots of room for improvement for city portals. more populous cities tend to have higher lossy value. And I mentioned that service provision is the weakest link. And there is also some kind of positive correlation between city population and their online services. Next, please. So, because we look at only one city per country, we received a lot of requests from other cities. Why don't you assess our city portal? Can you include us in the next edition? But due to limited resources, we do not have capacity to assess more than one, at least as of today, more than one city per country. But we found another way. We started partnering with interested government agencies or non-government agencies in different countries, and we shared our methodology with these institutions. We have trained their volunteers, and before that, we also signed a memorandum of understanding between UNDESA and the institution. We have completed some studies in Brazil, Jordan, and Palestine, and we are right now running a study in Uzbekistan and another one in Mozambique. Next, please. And with these different government agencies and different institutions interested in this, we are trying to create a network among the city government officials so that they can share information, learn from each other. You can find more information about this project in the next slide. And I welcome everyone in the room to open this website, publicadministration.un.org/egovkb. I will also put the link in the chat. But if the moderator can open the website very briefly, I just want to finish my presentation by showing the website, if possible.
Yes, let me check if the tech team can do it. Open that link of the presentation.
If not, I am very happy to share my screen.
In fact, everyone in the room have a laptop here. So
okay, great.
Yes, you can open in your laptops this web link. You can see directly the website.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go through the website myself from my screen. So basically, you can open this website and you can learn more about the local online service index by clicking under the About tab, application of lossy methodology in countries. You can learn about how you can access the legal documents. All of them are there. You need, if any country in the room is interested in applying this methodology for several cities in their countries. So if the moderator can click under About, application of lossy methodology in countries, I see that the moderator opened the website now.
Yes.
You need to go to the About, the tab About, next to UN government knowledge base. There is a tab at the top of the page. Yeah, you see About, and then the bottom link all the way at the bottom. Yeah. So please click on that. Here we explain everything. What is the local online service index network? What does application of lossy methodology in countries mean? Are there any legal documents? What are the expectations? How can I apply lossy to cities in my country or in a country? So we basically share everything with the interested organizations, also provide access to our platform. And you can see the completed projects at the bottom there. We completed Brazil, Jordan, Palestine, India, as I mentioned. If you scroll down, you can read their report. And and I welcome any country or any agency in the room interested in applying this methodology to contact us, and we'll be very happy to work with you.
Thank you.
Last thing, Anna, I want to mention is we have a few other countries interested in this project: Saudi Arabia, UAE. I mentioned Uzbekistan, Mozambique, and a few others. So for that, we will be organizing a smaller scale workshop in Bangkok end of November, and I also welcome anyone interested in the room to that workshop, and I particularly welcome the speaker from my session, Dr. Non Arkara Parasrekul. I hope I'm pronouncing name, also to join us in Bangkok. And with this small advertisement at the end, I conclude, Anna, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and also for sharing the e-learning website. It was very interactive, and to be in with us so late in the evening in New York. So just a quick summary of your I hope to make some justice of your presentation, that cities are making progress on the use of e-government, and the local online service index methodology was shared with us. With different indicators, as he presented in his slides, including municipal e-government strategy, organizational structure, legislation governing access to information. And something that Dennis also shared with us is about collaboration between cities of similar size and between similar needs. He also mentioned about rate of urbanization is expected to be higher in Africa and Asia. So let me now move on to Africa, to our next speaker, Mr. Lanlilas Ngenahimana, who is the Secretary General of the Rwanda Association of Local Authorities, and he will share with us, you can move to the podium, he is going to present us the empowerment of local digital transformation and building an innovative public service in the Rwanda case. So we will share his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was saying that I had shared a revised PowerPoint, but that is fine. What has changed is just the logo. My names are Ladislas Ngendahimana, and I'm the Secretary General of the Rwanda Association of Local Government Authorities, RARIGA. I have been there for the last 6 years, but before that I worked in the Ministry of Local Government of Rwanda as a policy analyst and a spokesperson for 8 years. I'm going to share the case of Rwanda in empowering local digital transformation and building an innovative public service for effective delivery. All of you are aware and understand what we mean. No need to go into the concept. I shall just proceed with my presentation. Next slide, please. In Rwanda, we believe that all starts with the vision, because without vision, leadership can not deliver without vision. So the leadership of President Kagame about digital technology is that we are in the era of digital economy. We are in the era of digital economy, and remaining behind is not an option anymore for Africa. So that is the guiding principle. We are in a changing world. Now, when it goes into promoting innovation in the digital government at local level, in Rwanda, we implemented the decentralization policy since the last 23 years. And this policy recognized local autonomy and consecrated local and central government as one entity. In Rwanda, we have the ministry in charge of ICT and innovation. And ICT is placed as a central tool, and it facilitates service delivery across all sectors. E-governance was defined as the driver for service delivery in local governments, including online examinations. As of now, we are speaking now, the local government in Rwanda has entrusted the association to conduct the online examinations, the entire recruitment process for local government. For us, when candidates come in a hall like this and they sit for exam, they do exam, they submit, and they get remarks immediately. It all starts from there, and the processes continue that way. So the steps for digital local governance, we have 10 steps. One, the starting point is about political will. Digitalization has been defined as a governance imperative for Rwanda. That is one. The second step was to put in place clear policies, strategies, and frameworks and institutions. That is the second step. First, the vision. Second, the systems. Number 3, we need to educate. Information, education, communication for awareness raising and ownership. That was the third step. Number 4, we need infrastructure. So we need to build infrastructure for the vision to deliver. And Rwanda has built fiber optic across the country, and now we are rolling out the 4G internet across the country. Number 5, because sometimes we lie to ourselves, we need to accept limits and to seek partnerships. The previous presentation, the local online services index, Africa is lagging behind. So Rwanda, we took it as a challenge under the leadership of President Kagame. Partnership is key to deliver on this. That is why, in the beginning, the government of Rwanda has outsourced the Korea Telecom network, KTN, to roll out the fiber optic and to facilitate internet penetration, and then other telecom companies, including Airtel from Bharti Airtel in India. Then this is very, very important, building partnership, but also outsourcing where necessary. Also, we need to train. When it goes to train, we have the higher learning institutions, the university in charge of technology, but also in its primary and secondary schools, Rwanda has piloted the smart classrooms because this has to be a culture. Then number 7 is about capacity building for service providers and skills development. Local government is a very big family in Rwanda, and for it to deliver with the free movement of labor, the turnover, we need to continuously build the capacity. Number 8, digitalization of services. In Rwanda, we have the ICT master plan. Services have been online, computers have been provided, internet coverage in the country is there to ensure availability and proximity. Above all, we need to educate the people. This, if it becomes the monopoly of the service providers, shall not succeed. We need to ensure that people are at the center so that they can get these services that are being delivered online. And number 10, which is very, very important, is to ensure continuous monitoring, evaluation, and also accept to adjust for change. So that is why we need to continuously assess ourselves and to reform where necessary. Now, as I said, key steps towards local level digital transformation in Rwanda can be summarized as follows. 1, political will and creating a vision. That is what President Kagame has delivered on. Number 2, have the Smart Rwanda Master Plan that provides a whole of government approach to achieve knowledge and digital-based society, including defining roles, institutional collaboration, and aligning the national and sectoral strategies. Then, let's leverage the policies. Every policy has to deliver change. The policy which does not deliver, it is better not to have it. Then, foster innovation. Innovation is critical because without innovation, we shall not have ICT as a culture. We shall not digitalize if we cannot innovate. Then, let's recognize the challenges. It is very, very important. Challenges are there, and for digitalization to be successful, we need to accept challenges, but also to fix these challenges. Challenges shall not remain there forever. Above all, let's be resilient and forward-looking. And finally, promote transparency and accountability with feedback mechanism. These are the steps in Rwanda we have undergone, and those who fall short of them are held accountable. Accountability is key for these steps to deliver. Now, as a local government, we need capacities. What capacities do we need in Rwanda? I'm sharing the case of Rwanda. The reality on the ground is that digital literacy for leaders and the staff is highly needed, and it is a continuous exercise. Local government leaders and the staff have little time for learning as they are busy providing services. So we need to innovate also in the ways of providing these trainings. Second, we need digital government at local level, and it requires sufficient computers and internet, and these are not sufficient. The previous presentation speaks for itself. Africa is lagging behind, and this is a challenge we need to address. In order to stay relevant and to anticipate change, there is a need for up-to-date skills. We need regular trainings, including refresher courses for innovation. Number 4, the local government association, which I represent in this symposium, does not have enough capacity to serve the members as they need and wish. We need infrastructure, we need the tools, and we need also innovative digital skills. And number 5, digital literacy requires digital educated critical mass that demand services. All this to become a culture, we need to educate the people, and the local government people are at the center to educate the people. Now, how do we develop innovative mindset in public service? Building on the previous presentations and the opening statements from the former Secretary General of the United Nations, we need to innovate and we need to change our mindset if we really want to deliver the public service. Mindset, as a way of definition, so that we can tackle it holistically, mindset is the established attitudes held by someone. Developing innovative mindset in a public service is mainly the leader's responsibility. So we advise the following, building on the Rwanda's case, to develop innovative mindset in public service. Number one, we need to allow new ideas without rejecting them or frustrating those who bring them on the table. Because those in decision-making positions, sometimes they believe or we believe that we have the monopoly of the knowledge. So we need to allow new ideas. Second, we need to practice innovation thinking to let new ideas develop. Number three, the innovator should frame and clarify the idea's purpose for it to get shape. Number four, leaders should nurture new ideas. Number five, we need to connect ideas to ideas. Number six, we need to accept learning by doing. Finally, to develop this innovative mindset, we need to reward the new ideas that are promising and innovative and transformative. And at that point, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyanda Himana, for your great presentation and sharing with us the case of Rwanda, which he shared with us the key steps for local digital governance and also the key steps for local digital transformation. And I also highlight in both steps that the importance of political will in this important area. But you also highlighted how important is education for the population and leveraging on the policies for fostering innovation. There are two other areas you share is the capacity needs in Rwanda, and I took note about digital literacy, digital government at the local level. We have a board on cooperation and partnership outside of the room. So if you can share your needs and capacities and what you can offer is also welcome there. And finally, you mentioned about the very important point of changing of mindsets, digital mindset, and the loud of new ideas. Thank you very much. We are already beyond time for our speaker's presentation, sorry. But we will need to keep the time, and now even more strict so we can have some dialogue after the presentation. So let me move on to our India case with Ms. Sanyukuta Samadar, who is the Indian Administrative Service Commissioner at the National Capital Region and SDGs Government of Uttar Pradesh. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, friends. Thank you, Anna. I hope you all had a good night's rest and a wonderful breakfast and are all energized for the day. So let me take you, in a journey as to how India has transformed and how the landscape of governance and public service delivery is getting disrupted, powered by the forces of innovation and digital revolution, the topic for the day. So as our Honorable Prime Minister had said in the UN SDG Summit, that when India grows, the world grows, and when India reforms, the world transforms. Simply put, it means when the constituents develop, the whole develops itself. This implies that, taking cue from this, as every country has done, we've taken the SDG localization model down to the level from the nation to the subnational level of our 36 states and union territories, going further down to the level of our 700 administrative districts, further local to 70,000 village panchayats and 500 urban local bodies. Talking of local, today we are talking about how cities actually are, the driving force of economy in any country. Look at the global picture, and then we move on to the Indian picture. So India has the second largest urban community in the world. 50% of India's population by 2050 will be living in the urban spaces. The cities constitute only 3% of the land, but contribute to over 60% of India's GDP. So these are the big numbers that we are talking about. Now, as urbanization is intensifying, what we need is largely the efficiency, accessibility, and citizen-centric public service delivery. And herein lies the role, the catalytic role of innovation and digital technology, which will actually harness the transformative power to universalize and make the public service delivery system far more efficient than it usually has been. So how does it happen? The catalysts act as, restructure processes, enhancing efficiency, making the digital platforms, they break down the barriers towards population on the peripheries of the urban areas or the peri-urban areas, and thereby lead to greater accessibility. Now, digital platforms, as all of you know, these enable data-driven decision-making and real-time monitoring, which again further leads to identification of your gap areas, better allocation of limited resources, and tweaking of policies for customized local solutions. Finally, the citizen engagement part, which is enabled through digital platforms, online platforms, through digital technologies, this leads to greater accountability, greater transparency, and therefore we have a far more citizen-centric empowerment. Now, I will take you through 3 largely examples encapsulating most of it. The digital technology part is largely through the digital public infrastructure, which we call the India Stack. Again, how digital technology is being leveraged for real-time tracking and SDG monitoring and SDG tracking, basically. And finally, the innovation in public policy, the Smart Cities mission, which we've heard from our colleagues. So what is digital public infrastructure? It's largely a set of building blocks, digital building blocks, and these are a set of systems, applications, and platforms, again, with an powered by an open and interoperable set of standards. So this in India is the India Stack, which has 3 layers, as you can see. The first is an identity layer, which is the biometric identity for the 1.4 billion citizens, the Aadhaar. Then there is the complementary payments layer, which doesn't require a smartphone and which is fast progressing. I'll come to the numbers surely. And finally, the data empowerment, which talks about data sharing, the data protocols, and so on. So let me come to numbers. Powered by the India Stack and the digital public infrastructure, look at how the price of data has fallen to less than 10 US cents in a year. And further, the share of smartphones has increased to 68% of the population. So this shows, these are the enablers and these are also the consequences. Also, what does it lead to? It has led to startups, rise of startups, and startups becoming unicorns in such vast numbers. Moving on. So I was talking about the complementary payments layer. Can you see those tiny, the small street vendors, even coconut sellers, using the UPI systems? So what has happened is the volume of digital transaction in India has skyrocketed. 9 billion transactions in a year. Value comes to 150 billion USD by the end of 2022. So these are the big numbers we are talking about. This leads to huge amount of financial inclusion. And moving on again, so I just wanted to harp on this. What has the DPI actually done? That entire 3 layer that you see, what it led to, the Aadhaar became a source for transferring social safety net payments from the government directly to the bank accounts of 1.4 billion citizens. And this leads to what? This led to reduction of pilferage, the leakages, plugging the leakages, reduction of corruption, and also wider and wider coverage of households during the time, especially during the times of COVID. So in COVID, we saw 85% of Indian poor households receiving benefits through the direct benefit transfer. Now, this DBT has become the primary mode of public service delivery in India. Ladies and gentlemen, it is done for over 56 government schemes and programs cutting across all sectors: health, vaccination, nutrition, education, scholarships, agricultural subsidies, industrial subsidies, credit, you name it, all these, and obviously the social security net that we have. Everything is through DBT. And you can see the volume of transactions in DBT, it's again skyrocketing. 1.5 billion transactions only through DBT in the year 2021. Challenges, obviously, we have all spoken about challenges. There is the challenge of digital divide and lack of digital literacy, largely seen through the lens of gender, geography, and income lines. All these things, and obviously the data protection. The two important things that the government of India is doing is the National Digital Literacy Mission. Again, a host of components, won't go into that. And also the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, which aims to address the major issue surrounding data protection, security, and privacy. The second case study. I told you about how we used digital technology for SDG tracking. Now, this is the SDG Urban Index and Dashboard. We've done this in 2018. We came out with the first SDG India Index, which we presented in the UN headquarters and HLPF in New York. And what does the SDG Index Dashboard do, actually? It measures the performance of over 100 cities. I'm talking about the cities dashboard. 100 cities on all the SDGs. Let's not limit ourselves to only the components and the targets of SDG 11, which is Sustainable Urban Habitat, but as to how our cities are performing on the fronts of poverty eradication, hunger, providing education, sanitation, and gender equality and everything, and especially the environment part as well. So, what does the dashboard do? It harnesses the data, it harnesses the digital technology, puts out all this out in the public domain. And once this entire flow of information is in the public domain, what does it do again? It gives access to not only policymakers, administrators, but our citizens, our academia, our researchers, our think tanks, and the entire civil society. The awareness is generated, the advocacy, strongest arm of advocacy in the urban infrastructure, in the urban scenario is these kind of dashboards. And this has actually led to a lot of competition. Finally, this is the ranking of all the cities you can see. Number 1 is Shimla, and it goes on. So what it does is it has led to a lot of competition among cities for improving their energies, for bringing the focus in the critical areas. As you can see, the city of Bhopal lacking in goal 2, which is nutritional. So somewhere there is a gap in providing nutritional facilities, and that's where you identify the gaps and then you plug in your resources to improve the outcomes. Again, this is like you compare two cities. Finally, a city profile of Delhi. So this has been a big advocacy tool and has led to a competitive spirit among all our cities, and then they are clamoring, improving their outcomes in this entire scenario. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, this is the case of the Smart Cities mission we've already spoken about, and this is how technology is being leveraged for improving the entire scenario of services that we go into. I had the opportunity of working as chairman of a tier 3 city in Uttar Pradesh, in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India. Bareilly is a tier 3 city, not so great, not so fancy, pretty, rural kind of a city, has a population of around 2 million. And how the Smart Cities mission, through which we have been able to kind of create a different ambience which even the citizens feel zapped about. So the components of the smart city right in front of you: smart living, smart environment, smart infra and mobility, governance, smart economy, and smart people. Just quickly, I will take you through these slides because Anna will really get upset otherwise. So how does one use smart technology? Now, smart technology is leveraging the tools of ICT for providing maximum governance through minimum government. Reduce the interface of the people and the government authorities and things will be fine. Services will be delivered right on doorstep. So you can see the integrated traffic management systems, the display boards, the air pollution control, the environment sensors, SCADA. Important sustainable, this is the supervisory control and data acquisition for sustainable water management, Wi-Fi, solid waste management, and cameras. So this actually is also leading to a big, enabling us, we have the population is high, the crowd control is a major issue, law and order problems are always there. So this command and control center, which lies at the heart of this ICT, these facilitate a lot of the enablers for creating a safe city, not only for the women and children, but for generally citizens as well. Smart infrastructure and mobility. The components are there. It focuses on we focused on creating efficiency and service quality of urban transport and urban infrastructure, deploying EV, electric public EV buses and EV infrastructure in a city which used to have just diesel motor run kind of tempos and tuk-tuks that you can see. Obviously, freight infrastructure corridor and the entire thing of reclaiming pedestrian spaces. This is something new for cities in our part of the country where the population is so high that you don't know where the city, where the man is walking and where the automobiles are plying. Smart economy, again, we've tried to kind of, build that entire business and skill ecosystem for empowerment, for better economic growth by creating these market linkages and employment opportunities. I've given the actual, the components that we've done in the Bareilly Smart City, developing meetings, incentives and conferences and exhibition, the MICE tourism and religious tourism as well, creating these integrated religious circuits, incubation clusters and startup centers, handicraft centers, and youth talent, scouting youth talent.
May I wrap up this?
I'm just finishing, thank you. So what are we trying to do in the entire smart city concept for? It is largely something for ease of living, something for improving the quality of life of our citizens. It is not for creating infrastructure. So every smart city, we have 100 smart cities in phase 1 and another 100 in phase 2. Every smart city has a corpus of just $125 million. And with that, this is the kind of the entire 6 scenarios that I showed you. These are actually happening. We have project photographs and everything. So finally, the core of the smart city is improving the ease of life of the citizens. And it's not only the ease of life, it's basically the ease of life of citizens of all sections, of all communities, trying to create a healthy, safe, and an inclusive environment. So this is the kind of focus that we've, kind of created these special facilities for children, for empowering women, skills, bringing them into the market spaces and the commercial spaces, senior citizens and persons with disabilities. Economically at-risk cities, we have a lot of migration as well. So trying to create this, migrant population that has also been one important area. Lastly, it's the citizens' engagement. How the Smart City Corporation, the Bareilly Smart City Corporation Limited, a small company, a company created by the government of India and the government of state, that has actually brought in people, citizens from different walks of life, from different spheres in the governing body, which is what a biggest example of citizen-centric participatory decision-making.
Thank you.
Finally, I leave you with a blueprint. This is again smart living, I'll just cut short. The blueprint of a smart city, inclusive and participatory planning, multi-stakeholder engagement, convergence of all sectors. It is not only the municipal corporation in a city which can actually deliver on all the outcomes and all the sectors that you saw. It has to be through a composite of all the departments and even the citizens group and the private sector which actually can deliver on this. Retrofitting and upgrading the existing infrastructure. We only think of, new projects. We have to think of the existing projects and how do we kind of remold them and retrofit them to suit the new requirements. And finally, the private sector investments as well. So we will be having a field visit to the Integrated Command and Control Center today. So this is a view of that. And you can see that's me standing in that blue thing. So I leave you with some glimpses of Bareilly Smart City, right from the ground, right from my work there in the last 1 year. And I'm very fortunate to say that, Bareilly as a tiny city, as a tier 3 city, it rose up in the ranks. So we have these smart city rankings in the country as well. From 73rd position, we rose up to 20th position in a matter of 6 months. And this is what also the people, it's finally the validation and the love of the people and the acceptance of the citizens. I think that's the greatest thing that we as public servants work for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Amadar, for your presentation. You shared a lot, and there is one point I quickly brief highlight is the interest in digital technology for SDG tracking. You have over 100 cities in India, and how this digital transformation is changing the life of citizens, children, and women in India. Thank you. We are going to go beyond time, and I expect everyone to please bear with me. We have our last speaker, Mr. Nom Arkaprasurkul, Senior Expert of Smart City Promotion Department, Department of Digital Economy Promotion and Agency in Thailand. Let us give your presentation for 10 minutes. Over to you.
Okay, can you go back to the first slide?
First slide, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, I want to start with a story because I think it's more interesting than bullet points of things that you might not even care about. I wanted you to think about something that is very close to what I've been doing on a daily basis, but something that might even close to you even more. The idea is that we could actually build a smart city based on the needs of the citizens and not just the needs of the government. What if we could design smart cities based entirely on what people want it to be like, so that we have a city that is based on demand rather than supply? For example, cities that have services tailored for the citizens, and the citizens themselves are co-creating them. And that's not all, because once we have that kinds of cities, it will become an inspiration for many other cities across the nation, and therefore ignite the kinds of wave that would transform digitally the entire ecosystems of the city as a whole. That's exactly what we've been trying to do in Thailand for the past few years. So I start with a confession. So when I was appointed senior expert in Smart City of Thailand about 5 years ago, my confession here is that I did not even know what Smart City was. Again, in Thailand, I think in many countries, when we were appointed into positions, sometimes we don't know what we were doing, and that was my case. And I have to say that there was 2 reasons that happened. One was that Smart City was a new field, so they want somebody who are willing to work on these new things. And I took the offer, I took the challenge because I thought it was quite interesting, even though I didn't know what it was. And back then, if you go back in time about 5 years ago, there was only like 5 or 6 books that have Smart City in the title. Today, if you Google, you find about a couple hundred books with the title Smart Cities. So it shows that the Smart City have become a main forum, things that people talk about on a daily basis, either in terms of buzzwords or in terms of what people really believe it in. I rather think it's in between. Anyway, when I was appointed 5 years ago, I was trying my best not to be a fool, not to be someone who was appointed to a position without knowing what I was doing. So I read every book I could find. I traveled to different cities around the world so that I can learn more about smart cities. I thought at the beginning that if you wanted to build a city that are smarter, you need 2 things. First was intention, good intention, and the second thing was funding. I thought if you have good intention and funding, you can build any smart cities you want in the world. Boy, I was so wrong. Turns out funding was good to have, but that's not enough because there's so many cities in the world that have great funding but fail to achieve their smart cities promotion. And that's usually because they focus too much on the supply side economy. For instance, if you happen to have lots of funding, you probably want to pour them into greenfield development, making cities from scratch, and therefore having a new city that looks flashy and shiny. And at the end, you might not have people moving in because there was not enough demand for it. I think we can look around here, in city of Songdo, for instance. I love it here, by the way, just put it out there. But it could have been better in terms of how it achieved the occupancy, how it might be able to serve the citizens based on the perspective of a compactness of the urban spaces, rather than building a classical model of cities that was outdated about a half century ago. So money wasn't everything. That was the first thing I found. What about good intention? If you have good intention, would that be enough? Turns out that's also not enough, because lots of cities have good intention, but turns out they turn the intention into something that is not needed by the citizens. For instance, we have places like Singapore where they really want to push the idea of last mile mobility. The basis of the argument is that if you can connect the doors of the houses of the citizens with the metro stations, you can actually get people to move out their private vehicles. And that was a good hypothesis. But turns out having the sharing bikes wasn't enough, because in the Singapore, where the location of the nation state was in the tropics, and most people work in the service sector economy, they wear suits and ties to work. Nobody wanted a bike in the 35 degrees Celsius and strong sun. So it turns out the ideas of last mile mobility, connecting people with sharing bike, was not applicable. It was not compatible with the kind of climates and conditions of service economy that Singapore was marketing. So in the sense, what is it then that we need if intention and money were not the good components, were not the main components for smart cities? But let me summarize these 6 cases that you see here. I call this a well-intended parents problem. This should speak to the problems I've been talking about, the problem of good intentions and funding. So in this picture, the parents really wanted to give something to the baby. So the parents bought this really nice rotating mobile for the baby, hoping that the baby would enjoy learning about animals of different shapes and forms, like elephants, fox, and pigs, and of course, tigers. Hopefully that baby will grow up to become a great scientist or veterinarian scientist. Turns out the baby probably grew up to become somebody who's obsessed with colonoscopy. And that's not the baby's fault at all. The fault was in the hands of the parents, because the parents themselves only look at things from their own perspective. Are they hating the baby? No, they love the baby. It's just that they're looking at it from very different perspectives. So what I'm trying to say here is that you can have good intention like these 2 parents. You can be a cities that have a good intention for the citizens, but what you deliver doesn't match with the perspective from which the baby or the citizens are observing, are experiencing, the point of which is not clear. So we don't want to be these 2 parents. In fact, if we were to do something like this, we would probably want to lie down on the bed with the baby for a few minutes to see if what we're experiencing is the same as what the baby is also experiencing. And if that's not the case, then we take it back. If it's the case, it's the case that the baby actually enjoying it, then we can probably scale it up. So with this, we come up with a few principles that we believe to be the kinds of roadmaps that help us understand what would make smart cities really smart. First of all, it has to start with the people. The idea of people centricity doesn't mean that you ask people what they want, but it's about what you think people want because they don't have it yet. So we started with the pain points. What is it that people need in the cities? Innovators would tell you that the ideas of asking people what they want is the most stupid idea ever, because people don't know what they want until they have them. For instance, we love smartphones today, but take back 15 years ago, when we didn't have smartphones, we didn't know why we needed smartphones. Only when we had them, we couldn't live without them. The same thing. We want to start with the pain points, and technology works on behalf of the citizens. We put the technologies all at the bottom left corner, bottom right corner, because we believe that, and that's the only way we can make smart cities very applicable. We want to make sure that smart cities are not places where you have to see drones fly the sky or robots walk the streets, but technologies work in the background so that people get access to better services. There are fewer accidents, there are less pollution in the air, and of course there are less admitted to the hospital because of cardiovascular diseases. And that's exactly what we think about smart cities. It has to start with what people need from the pain points, and we craft and we design and we think about the kind of data-driven solutions that serve the purpose of the people working in the background in terms of technologies. So one example that I like a lot is the city called Aspern, located in Austria. Aspern has been ranked one of the best smart cities in the world, but if you look at this picture, there's nothing smart about it. It's just 2 kids having a good time in the greeneries right in the heart of the cities. But what you find very smart is in the background, as I mentioned. So the reason why these 2 kids are able to sit here on a hemlock at 2 p.m. in the afternoon was because their parents got home earlier. They were able to get home 1 hour earlier because traffic lights that were interconnected with the IoT systems, able to deliver a faster flow and better speeds and better safetiness for their parents to take their kids home. Of course, the pollution in the air was non-existent because they have a monitoring sensor system that enable people to know where the pollutions are so that they can avoid them. And of course, at the end, the trash management is also part of the game here because the end-to-end management from trash collections all the way to turning trash into energy was part of the plan in terms of making these cities based on more renewable rather than non-renewable energies. So things that I just mentioned to you are things that work in the background, not in the foreground. Because smart cities, as I mentioned, are places where people live happily, they're enjoying the fruits of their labor, and they can live, learn, work, and play in the spaces that give them the kinds of amenities that allow them to flourish. Of course, I didn't just say this because I read from somewhere. I spent some weeks in these cities, and I really enjoyed it, even in the middle of the winter last year. So for Thailand, we don't want it to be those well-intended parents. So what we do is very different from many places where Smart City program was based on the ideas of building things from greenfield. We started out with getting the cities to submit their proposals. What is it that they wanted to do? What kind of pain points and visions that they wanted to create and solve? And therefore, the proposals get submitted to us deeper in the middle. We incubate the proposal, making it better, and therefore, we let the proposal become endorsed by the National Committee. These 3 steps allows, first of all, the proposal to come from within rather than from policy level above. And of course, it's also helped the cities to determine what is it that they want to be their visions with their own people and help us think about the kinds of solutions that come from the bottom. And eventually, we use DEPA as a mechanism to try to find incentives, benefits, privileges that would help the transformation processes getting expedited and faster in the process. Principle number 2 is about collaborations. We believe that public-private partnership, or PPP, isn't going to be enough here. We're going to need another P, which is the P for people. Why? Because when we think of kinds of solutions that we wanted to create for the people are the one who are going to be using the solutions. So if you don't start with the people who need the solutions, it's going to be very hard for the PPP or public-private partnerships to satisfy the desire or the demands of the citizens. So we start with the needs of the people, as I mentioned, could be pain points, could be opportunities, could be something that fulfills the visions based on resources that city have. And then you build out the kind of collaborative framework using the great strength of the public, which is trustworthiness, and the strength of the private, which is market mechanism as well as solutional technologies. Working on both things together, we try to find solutions that work not only for the people from the demand side, but also galvanize trust from the private side, from the public side, and use the best kind of technology available in the market from the private sector. All of these coming together will allow us to exponentialize the process. If you think about the kind of projects that the government often do ourselves, the exponential curve that usually doesn't exist there. Because when government try to do something by themselves, they don't have the expertise from the market. So it takes a lot of time, and the processes and progresses are not as exponentialized. Whereas you put the public-private together, you have a much faster processes. But if you have the people in the middle at the core, you are enabling the demand to be there from the beginning, and therefore whatever you produce, whatever you invent, becomes a part of the demand domains from the beginning. So for instance, we have a problem in one of the cities that there's so much waste. So what we did, and we won the first prize of the hackathon in Taiwan a couple weeks ago, was the idea of refill cities. So if we wanted to cut down plastic waste by around 70%, one thing we can do right away is to make people not want to drink water from a one-time use plastic bottle anymore. And what we can do was to create a map whereby people can actually get access to where drinking waters are free, so that people can get access to free water without having to rely on using plastic bottle anymore. Anyway, my time's up. I have another slide to go, but I'll just leave you here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much, Mr. Non Akaparapraserkul, for your presentation and highlighting very important points, including develop the smart cities based on the needs of the citizens and the importance of public-private partnerships that was highlighted also by Professor Wan and from India, our colleague from Sadamar, and on the case of Rwanda, all of you mentioned the importance of partnerships. Let me open the floor for I know you will have many hands and we have little time, so let me open the floor for your question. Please, the mic for the first table. Any other question? Please raise the hand just to check.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sulung from Indonesia. I just want to correlate the idea of the section 1, 2, and 3. Because from the section 2 and 3, it looks like that we want to invest a lot in digital transformation. But I just read the publication that the investment in digital transformation a lot will give the side effect of climate change. One is the production of the infrastructure. It will consume a lot of electricity. And after that, when we use the huge machine of transfer digital, especially when we need big data, we need a big, huge server that must be operated in 24 hours. And it will affect on climate change. So I don't hear the speaker from session 2 and 3 focus on the impact of. Do you have any foresight planning strategic in the future to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to respond from the panel?
So I did hear about, him talking about whether our cities, we are focusing a lot more on the digital side of it and less on the going green, the green growth side of it. But you know what, I mean, we didn't get so much time, but, talking about a smart city, that's what, the green infrastructure and retrofitting the existing and converting into green is one of the major pillars of a smart city as well. So that's where we are in at least the city that I worked as chairman. We are moving fast towards public transport, EV transport, electric mobility. So we are converting the existing transport, giving them out, and then moving on to public transport and electric transport as well. And going in for recharge of vehicles, like EV recharge stations. So that's again another big way of, and apart from that, the entire energy storage systems, that's another side of it. That's the electricity side of it. I think that's something which we've not touched upon here. But that goes along with the saying, because every country has a certain, kind of commitment in terms of converting their, the entire energy basket, 40% or 50%. For our case, it's 50% of the energy basket has to come from green energy. So that is happening simultaneously, yes.
Thank you very much. Let me take one question from the online participants. How digitalization may improve in local government working? Digital transformation may improve livelihood, development, and easier to access. So how digitalization may improve in local government working? Question, who would like to answer? Landila?
Thank you very much. Digital transformation is a process, and it is a holistic process. It should include the population, the private sector, and the public or the government. For it to successfully improve, it requires mindset change. It requires also to accept taking up responsibilities and facing challenges as they are. But above all, as my colleague has said, it is very, very important not only to be supply-driven, but also to be demand-driven. Because the government has own priorities, the private sector has own priorities, and the public or the people have own priorities. So it has to be participatory in the planning and taking into priorities to be demand-driven. That way it shall be sustainable and transformative in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a last question from online. Smart city and smart village concept. How make more inclusive digital infrastructure and how? Mr. Wan.
I think that depends on what kind of region. If it is in a booming region, population booming region, so the building of information, of data, of digital infrastructures will be based on cost-benefit calculation. And for some region in China where population is in decline, I think the digitalization will be a universal service. That means it will be provided by certain public agencies of the country.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Landlas wants to add one point.
It is not about digital transformation. I would wish to contribute to our colleague from Indonesia what he asked about electricity and energy generation. Our panel has talked about smart cities mainly in terms of computer, internet, and connectivity. But there is another aspect of smart cities which is about sustainable mobility and rapid transport. And that has to take into account green energy, but for this component we talked about of digitalization, there shall be another aspect of energy generation, which shall be about engineering and policy making. But for us, we talked mainly about delivery and connectivity so that we can transform the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Non. Do you have any last message? Okay, perfect. So let me close our session today. I thanks with a round of applause to our speakers. It was a very interesting session. And I turn over the floor to the mic. MC.
Thank you, Anna. I wish to extend my thanks once more to moderator, as well as all the panelists for invaluable contribution for this session. And I also like to express my appreciation to the audience in person and online for your active engagement during our discussion. So we are going to have lunch session, lunch break. For your lunch option, you may enjoy the sandwiches that we are providing outside. Or you can venture cafeteria on the first floor or other food court at the Lotte Mart and nearby restaurant for meal of your choice. So before we go for a lunch break, I have some announcement. So we have series of parallel program prepared for you after the lunch. So for special session 2, we are going to have the special session 2 here, promoting women's leadership and gender responsive public governance to achieve the SDGs. And room 206, if you are interested in learning lab 2 on behavioral science and changing mindset, you can go to room 206. Or we have the side event on ESC and SDGs in room 308 and 309. So for our online participants, please note that this special session 2 will be live streamed here on the same link. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. we'll start special session 2 shortly. Can I check whether our moderator, Ms. Mina Kang, is online? Can we check her audio and video?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sounds good.
Can we check a video? Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you perfectly.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So without further delay, I would like to start this special session 2 on promoting women's leadership and gender-responsive public governance to achieve the SDGs. I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Ms. Mina Kang, Professor of Department of Public Administration, Iowa Women's University, who is joining us online. So please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Special session 2, promoting women's leadership and gender-responsive public governance to achieve the SDG with distinguished panelists and guests. Well, I have to apologize that I have to join this session via online. As we all acknowledge, we are living in an era of complex crisis, and unfortunately, women are most often disproportionately affected by socioeconomic crisis, COVID-19, and climate change recently. Women are also not fully represented in policy processes and political leadership. Therefore, fostering women's participation and empowerment is essential for promoting gender equality, inclusive recovery from COVID-19, and the full implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. In this context, it is critical that women's leadership in public governance and decision-making is strengthened, and that policy processes and public services are gender responsive. Digital technology can be a powerful enabler for promoting women's participation and gender responsive public governance. This session 2 aims to introduce diverse approaches, strategies, and innovative country experiences in promoting women's leadership and gender responsive public governance to achieve the SDGs. The discussion will address gender responsive policymaking, including gender responsive planning and budgeting, gender responsive public services, women's participation and leadership in policy processes, and harnessing data and digital technologies. For this session, we have 5 very prominent speakers from different organizations. First, we have Ms. Atsuko Okuda, who is the director of ITU Asia Pacific Regional Office, and Ms. Valentina Resta, who is a senior governance and public administration officer from DPIDG, UNDESA, and Mr. Unku Lee, data specialist, from UN Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, and Mr. Amadul Haq, head of office and director and deputy secretary of the Minister and Disaster Management and Relief from Bangladesh. And finally, Mr. Samuel Dana, associate capacity development expert, who is in UN Project Office and UN Project Office on Governance, DPIDG and UNDESA. Okay, why don't we start with the first presentation by Ms. Atsuko Ukuda, who is the director at ITU Asia Pacific Regional Office. She's going to present on promoting women's empowerment and gender responsive public governance through digital inclusion. So Sam or Donna? Oh, she's not available now. Okay, then perhaps should we go on to the next speaker?
Yes, next.
Okay, then why don't we start with our second presenter, who is Ms. Valentina Resta, who is a Senior Governance and Public Administration Officer from UNDESA. Are we ready for her presentation? She's going to present using video.
I will not be able to be in person at the regional symposium. However, I'm thrilled to share with you some insight on promoting women's leadership and gender-responsive public governance for achieving the SDGs. I will be talking about promoting the presence and leadership of women in public institutions, how national review and gap analysis can identify challenges and opportunities, and ways to addressing gaps through action plan. UNDESA started in 2022 a project titled Building Capacity for Promoting the Presence and Leadership of Women within Public Institutions at national and subnational levels. The project will end in 2024, has a budget of $750,000 and contributed by the government of Italy. Partners are UNDP, Economic and Regional Commissions, UN Women, Resident Coordinators Offices, UNCTs, and here you can see the link to the project. Gender equality is at the core of an inclusive, accountable, and responsive public administration. And study shows that despite representing almost half of the civil service around the world, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership positions, holding less than 30% of senior management positions on average within public institutions, and they also continue to face persistent gender pay gap, earning on average 16% less than men. The aim is to develop and implement an action plan that prioritizes gender equality in public administration, both at national and subnational levels, and promotes career progression of women to leadership positions in the public sector. Also, the project aims to stimulate partnership and collaboration and knowledge exchange. Among project countries there are Bhutan, Laos, PDR, Mauritius, and Senegal, and a number of partnering countries. The project has delivered global reviews on legislation and good practices on public administration and gender equality, and has organized a workshop to validate the methodology of the project and the findings of these global reviews. We have created a Moodle platform, which is a platform to share resources and create a community practice among officials of the target countries. We have sponsored and assisted and promoted countries to conduct national reviews. And we have developed capacity modules that are available online for self-paced training through the Moodle platform. And now I'm actually at this very moment in Bhutan, and I will be going to Lao PDR for National Capacity Development Workshop. And in November, I'll be in Senegal and Mauritius. The national reviews have identified a series of challenges and also opportunities at the national level. We have clustered them in the following categories. The first category is obviously around institutional policy frameworks for gender equality in public administration. And here we start with obviously with the provision of gender equality enshrined in the constitutions and national laws. But oftentimes the gender parity law provisions do not extend to the civil service. There's not enough coordination across national gender machinery. And policies are still weak and unable to identify occupational segregation and sex-based discrimination. In terms of accountability, monitoring and responsibilities are not clearly established. There's no uniform reporting on measurable gender equality targets. And there's no sanctions for when practice does not align to policy. The second category is about women participation and leadership across different sectors of public administration. And here, opportunities for enrichment, leadership training, mentorship are often scattered, not evenly across regions, and also there is a big discrepancy between national and subnational levels. The third category is on human resources policies and practices. Here we have a host of policies that sometimes are gender blind. They don't take into account the disadvantage and the social construct that imposes additional barriers to, for instance, progression to leadership position. And there are measures on equal pay. Also, importance are measured on flexible work arrangements. And the last category is about evidence and database analysis. Well, here mechanisms to track and report gender equality are not always in tune with global practice. Collection and analysis of data requires identifying gender gaps, both at national and subnational levels, and understands also differences, and tracking parity at decision-making levels, pay gaps, etc. All of these mechanisms need really to be robust and consistently applied. What have we found as a response? Obviously, we know that this is no simple answer, but the project has identified action planning as a key instrument to address gaps. The action planning starts with gender equality gaps. As we saw, we have first conducted national reviews. It demonstrates commitments on public sector leaders to attain organizational change and strengthening. It develops a priority list of actions. Here we have to go from recommendation to actions. And we need to have this exercise to validate actions and commitments with stakeholders. The fourth element is to align actions with specific international and national commitments. We need to take into account the whole infrastructure that we have, global practices that are well documented. The fifth point is to focus on a strategy to enhance women representation in decision-making positions. There has to be a deliberate focus on gender parity and tracking these measurable targets. The sixth element is coordination. It's critical to coordinate existing national capacities and reallocate resources as needed. The seventh point is a strategy to monitor progress and key milestones. The eighth is definition of lines of accountability and promotion of transparency. We have seen in several countries some strategic action already in place to address gender inequalities in public administration. But this remains a good exercise in planning, but not translate into practice. So the ninth point is critical, is that to ensure this, the strategy attains change at national and subnational levels. No simple, no easy task. I invite you to follow the project implementation and the progress that we will share through the project website, which is here on the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Valentina Resta introduces her projects, which is trying to promote the presence and leadership of women in public institutions. So with national review and gap analysis, she located the challenges and opportunities and suggested some of the recommendations to how to address those gaps and provide action plans. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can start with Ms. Atsuko Okuda, who is the director at the ITU Asia Pacific Regional Office. Okay, Ms. Atsuko, this floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, and greetings from Fiji. I'm very sorry that I cannot attend the meeting in person, but I'm happy that I can join this very important session. Now, I would like to start with my presentation on the numbers and perhaps discuss the important domains of where the women's leadership or gender-sensitive perspectives are currently most needed in the digital transformation journey. So next slide, please. Let me start very briefly about ITU, and I'm pretty sure that some of you already know ITU, but just in case, ITU is the UN agency specialized in information and communication technology for development, and we have a very distinctive areas of work, which is radio communication, standardization, and development. Next slide, please. And our work in Asia and the Pacific have been structured by 5 regional initiatives, and we believe that these cover the essential elements of needed for digital transformation, with special focus on LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. Next slide, please. So I would like to start with the big picture, and I'm pretty sure that you have seen this overview of where we are in terms of the achievement of SDGs and the slow progress we have been making. And as you see, we are regressing in one SDG, And those which are making good progress, we are still not reaching halfway through. So there is a high expectation that digital technology can deliver to accelerate the achievements. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to the actual connectivity, as you see on the screen, the coverage is there. As you see, 96% of people in Asia and Pacific are covered by 4G as well as other technologies, but it doesn't translate into the actual numbers. Next slide, please. So this is the comparison with other regions. As you know, ITU collects a lot of ICT data. You can compare globally as well as in the time series. So the number of internet users in Asia and the Pacific are global average. And as you see on the right-hand side, it is also influenced by the income levels of countries, as well as the predicament of the countries or economic predicament. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the perhaps in view of the time, perhaps we can skip to the next slides, and perhaps we can go right into the affordability. One of the reasons why we have seen this growing disparities is definitely affordability, and the more affordable the broadband services are, the less internet users we are seeing. Next slide, please. And that is reflected in the granular aspect of digital divide. Next slide, please. So in particular, as this session's focus is gender, I would like to highlight the internet, the gender digital divide. And this is the statistics that we have across the world. And globally speaking, there are about 250 million more male users in cyberspace than women, and that is a significant disparities for all of us, and that will definitely shape, what kind of leadership and public governance that is required to fill this gap, as well as to materialize the digital benefit for both men and women. Next slide, please. And the number is even more pronounced in Asia Pacific, and in particular in South Asia. Next slide, please. And as well as in the LDCs and LLDCs. So there is still a lot that we should do to make sure that women and men benefit from the digital space and digital transformation. Next slide, please. So the next question you may want to ask is, so what is it? Where shall we start? I would like to focus on two areas that are very urgent, and I hope that this whole regional symposium will discuss some of these aspects. One is the digital government. Now, next slide, please. We have been seeing a number of digital government initiatives globally and over the past decades. But I think we are learning, we are gaining lessons learned and good practices and what works and what makes sense to all of us and for socio-economic development. One definitely is the whole of government approach and how we are delivering the public services through the digital initiatives. And one, it has to be based on the cooperation and collaboration across ministries and partners, as well as it has to be scalable. It cannot be one initiative of one ministry because it doesn't scale and it creates more silos in digital government. Next slide, please. That's the reason why ITU has an initiative called GovStack, as you see, that we would like to qualitatively transform the way how we approach the digital government so that we facilitate more collaboration, building blocks that are reusable and that are scalable. And I believe that this is where the women's leadership can also benefit as well as be benefited from such initiatives so that the services and the structure digital government are more sensitive to women's needs and aspirations. Next slide, please. And this is some of the offerings of GovStack. Actually, GovStack, as I said, provide the building blocks, and there are a lot of specs which are being developed as we go, and the testing that are being done, and there are a lot of learnings which are coming from member countries, as well as the exchange of good practices and lessons learned. And I believe that this is where women and female leadership can be definitely influence the way how digital governments will shape up. Next slide, please. Additionally, the question people will ask, please. Yes, next slide, please. There are some resources that I can share through this presentation. But the next question you may want to ask is, so how does that benefit the people on the ground, especially women, because it cannot be a female leadership in the capitals or big cities only. And we would like these women and the girls and young students to participate and benefit directly from this digital transformation. And because of that digital inclusion focus, we believe that it should be linked to these community network initiatives, as well as initiatives such as the Smart Village, Smart Island that ITU is implementing in 15 member countries. Next slide, please. So what does it mean? This is the 15 countries. Next slide, please. So what does it mean to have a Smart Village, Smart Islands? This is an initiative that we connect as well as provide the digital services and digital skills based on the needs assessment that we conduct. And in all those processes, women and female participation are key to make sure that women are involved. And these are some of the concrete benefits and impact we are seeing. As you see, there are education which are being provided virtually, and there are new agricultural produce which are developed, and these are examples of Vanuatu, and the farmers came up with a name, Smart Village coconut oil, which are being commercialized, as well as the mobile banking, which are increasingly being used by the connected communities. Next slide, please. And this is an example, another example of Pakistan. We piloted the Smart Village initiative in a village called Kokina, which is outside the capital, Islamabad. And as you see, this initiative provided the access to STEM curriculum and courses online to girls and young women, as well as to the healthcare to the community members, and the beneficiaries are predominantly women in that community. Next slide, please. So we believe that we have to look at the gender perspectives from different angles, including from the strategic level as well as at the community level. And this is another example that ITU is implementing to promote the female participation as well as awareness on AI. And we are piloting at the moment in 4 countries in Southeast Asia, so that the policymakers and decision makers are aware of positive and negative consequences of introducing AI. And this is also a program to develop the female leadership, in particular in the area of AI. Next slide, please. And additionally, I want to highlight that we also have a grassroots level of initiative called the Girls in ICT Day celebration, as well as equals, so that we can tackle the gender disparities and to make sure that the women's aspiration for digital are captured and structurally taken forward in a national level. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on these initiatives. Next slide, please. And these have been becoming increasingly popular. As you see on the screen, we have more countries joining. And in fact, the reason why I'm in Fiji is that we are closing the Girls in ICT Day Pacific on Friday. And I'll be looking forward to hearing from the Pacific participants, girls and young women, on their experience and on their journey to digital skills development. Next slide, please. So these are some of the screenshots from these initiatives. Next slide, please. And I look forward to having more conversations and collaborations with the participants as well as the speakers. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Khan.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Atsuko Okuda. Well, in her presentation, she reminded us about the problem in gender parity in digital divide by emphasizing the importance of empowering societies to chart their digital futures using the GovStack case and the whole government approach. And also, she introduces the wonderful and successful cases, including smart villages and smart island in Asia Pacific area, which enhanced the digital skills of over 1,985 of about 2,000 participants to date through Smart Village and Smart Island and other initiatives, including visually impaired migrant and village communities. Also, she introduced the ITU Gender Strategy Initiatives, Girls in ICT Day 2022, with a catchphrase of digital skills for life. And in 2023, their office and co-organizing partners organized celebrations with over 1,800 girls, young women, and teachers participating in the digital skills training program. Amazing. Okay, well, then our next speaker is Dr. Eun-gu Lee. He's a research and data specialist from UN Women Center of Excellence for Gender Equality. Dr. Lee is going to present about harnessing data and digital technologies for gender mainstreaming. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Kang. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation. For the next 10 minutes or so, I'll be briefly talking about some of the UN Women's initiatives and program activities relating to harnessing data and digital technology for monitoring actually the SDG, the gender-related SDG indicators. Next, please. So before I jump into the main presentation, these are some of the thematic areas that UN Women is working on to promote women's empowerment. So women's economic empowerment is an important area. We make sure that women enjoy stable flow of income, and they have a decent work, and have a economic autonomy to sustain their lives. So this is a very important area. We also explore the gendered impacts of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and humanitarian action. And we also believe that women are a very good in terms of position for making contribution to build sustainable peace and resilience. So we have programs to promote women to participate in the talks and the process of global women, peace, and security agenda. And we also work with the national governments and the UN agencies and civil society organizations to end all forms of violence against women. And women and technology, we believe that technology can be very useful in terms of empowering women, ICT, but at the same time, we are very concerned that they can be also very harmful in terms of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in online cyberspace. Throughout all the thematic areas, we emphasize the use of data-driven work. So we need high-quality, sex-disaggregated data to inform the policymakers to form the right gender-based gender policies and use the data to fill the the gender data gaps. Next slide, please. So as you can see, in fact, even though we have a gender-specific goal in the SDG framework, Goal 5, as you can see that this is a very cross-cutting element that cuts across all these 17 goals. But as you can see in the slide, Goals 6, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, 16. These are all environment-related SDG goals. They do not have gender-specific indicators. That means that we do not have any means to measure the progress and to understand capture the gender-environment nexus comprehensively. So this is a problem. So next slide, please. So what we have recently done is that we published this report. We've conducted an empirical study to measure the gender impacts of climate change. And how we did that was that we want to know how climate change had an effect on environment. And in return, how that effects on environment had an impact on the outcomes of gender-related indicators, such as child marriage, adolescent birth, intimate partner violence, and so on. Next slide, please. So official statistic is not sufficient, actually, to measure this nexus between the impacts of environment on gender outcomes. So what we are doing at UMN is that we're trying to utilize innovative methods, and we're using non-conventional data sources, such as big data, and we're trying to link the environment geocoded variables using the survey data, usually the DHS and the mix, so that we better understand what are some of the impacts of, for example, aridity or the drought episodes, proximity to lakes, how those environmental related covariates have an impact on child marriage and IPV, adolescent birth rates. So we're using very innovative methods and alternative data sources to find this nexus. Next slide, please. So just quickly going over the outcome of this exercise is that this is a case for Bangladesh. We found, if you look at the map, those black dots represent clusters with high child marriage rates. Then we impose that dots with the information coming from the aridity. Then you can see that you can observe by more or less on the average, the black dots are located all in the areas with high relative aridity. And this somehow connected with, the contextual information that in Bangladesh, a lot of women and a lot of households actually engage in agricultural activities, and the climate change such as aridity is closely connected to the economic situation there, and that is in turn is related to child marriage, high child marriage prevalence. So this is a good example of like how we integrate different sources of data to understand that the nexus that the environment has on the social outcome of related to gender. Next slide, please. This is another example for Timor-Leste. We also explore how aridity is related to intimate partner violence in Timor-Leste. And as you can see, the black dots represent the clusters with higher prevalence of intimate partner violence, and that data is coming from the household survey data, mix or DHS. And then the map indicates that arid clusters are more likely to see higher rates of intimate partner violence in the past 12 months. So by using innovative methods and geospatial data and mixing them up, we could gain some of the insights, how the environment is affecting the outcome of the gender-related outcomes. Next slide, please. Another area of data work that we're doing right now is that in 2021, the United Nations Statistical Commission endorsed a statistical framework on how to measure the killings of women and girls, also known as femicide. But as you can see, there is no universally agreed definition on femicide. So this is a statistical definition recommended by UN. So we have basically briefly going over the statistical framework. The framework basically has 3 data blocks. The first data block is basically, it is considered as a femicide if women and girls killed by intimate partners. And the second data block refers to women and girls killed by family members. But most of the even developed countries with advanced statistical data system, they usually cover and probably end up measuring data block 1 or 2, which underestimates the true scale of femicide. So what we proposed was that basically the data block 3. So we consider if women and girls killed by one of these 8 criteria, at least one, we will consider that as a femicide. So you could imagine if we wanted to implement a statistical framework in a country, this is a very data-intensive exercise, and we're helping the member states actually to restructure their data collection, and most of this data coming from the admin data. And it's very vital to have a smooth coordination between the relevant agencies. Instead of having the silos of data, we need to have an exchange of data to determine and to collect to meet the requirements of this statistical frameworks. So we're helping countries, and in fact, this year we are trying to pilot the framework in Fiji and also in Mongolia, actually. So this is some of the other. So the expected outcome of this whole exercise would be we'll have a compatible definition on femicide globally, and we'll have data that we can compare across countries. Next slide, please. So the another area of working we are working is that the Action Coalition indicators have developed an indicator, set of an indicator for technology and innovation during the Generation Equality Forum in 2022, I believe. So they have all this kind of indicators, set of indicators for technology and innovation, but they don't have metadata yet to measure this indicator actually. So we're working with partners to develop metadata to enhance the measurability of the indicators for this sector. Next slide, please. So my key takeaway is that we've seen that we have very patchy gender data for measuring the SDG and for implementing it to the evidence-based policy. And without this data, there's a little way of knowing the progress being made towards the SDGs. So we need for deeper analysis of nationally represented, preferably official statistics, to better understand this intersectional equalities, such as mixing child marriage and climate change. And in order to do that, we need to use, not just confined to the official statistics, but open up to non-traditional data sources, such as big data, geospatial data, and employ innovative methods, such as machine learning, to fill the related gender data gaps. And we are also looking, as I presented in the case of femicide, we need to harmonize data collection standards and methodology within countries and across countries. And that is crucial for crafting effective policies aimed at promoting gender equality. Thank you very much. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ugoli. He introduced, in his presentation, he introduced various UN activities to harness data and digital technologies for gender mainstream. And in his final slide, he concludes that we have only patchy gender data which is necessary for evidence-based policy. And because of that, it is very hard for us to know the progress being made toward SDG. And so therefore, we need a deep analysis of the nationally representative individual level data, as well as we need to explore and actively utilize some of the non-traditional data sources, such as big data, geospatial data, and machine learning technology to fill these gaps. And finally, he emphasized the importance of harmonizing data collection within countries and across countries. Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Amadou Haq. He is the head of office and director of and deputy secretary of Ministry of Disaster Management and Relief in Bangladesh. He's going to present 2021 UNPSA winner case, which is advancing gender responsive public governance through the cyclone preparedness program. Okay, Mr. Haq, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mina. Good afternoon, everybody. As she said, I will talk about United Nations Public Service Award winner case. For your information, we achieved United Nations Public Service Award in 2021 for achieving women and empowerment in our disaster risk reduction. Actually, it was an institutional approach. I will start with actually 2-minute story. Can you please play the story? Video, please.
In Bangladesh, women were once identified as the most vulnerable to disasters, but that scenario is substantially changed. CPP, established by the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, is stepping in its 50th year. The organization is now recognized as a global role model. This achievement goes to the credits of all dedicated volunteers, including 27 life sacrifice souls. Today, 76,000 volunteers are working in this program, half of whom are women. The women volunteers, equipped with proper training and skill, are now ready to combat cyclones. It is an unprecedented development in gender equality. To bring this parity of women in CPP, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina inaugurated inclusion of new 18,505 women volunteers on International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction 2020. The widespread participation of women volunteers has led to a significant increase in mass awareness on cyclone preparedness in the coastal areas, particularly among the female population. As a result, the number of women and child deaths in cyclones has reduced remarkably. Women who used to be considered as the most vulnerable are now leading half of the response force. Transforming from a homemaker to a responder, CPP women volunteers are working as agents of change. Thus, Bangladesh is moving towards a gender-responsive, sustainable development.
Thank you very much. They are actually our champions. Now I will talk about how we facilitated them to reach at this newer height. Next, please. Next slide, please. Where are we from? This is the actually picture. They are actually 1/3 of the total volunteer force. Women were 1/3. They are lagging behind in capacity. There are lack of participation and almost zero in leadership role. And there was also access to information and early warning system gaps was there. Right? Their early warning limitation was that mostly filtered by men, not that contextualized with women needs. And there were definitely understandable and accessibility issues were there. Gender digital divide, actually it is huge in our rural community. Our one speaker, Ms. Okuda, said about the global gender gap. In Asia Pacific, it is 67 versus 61. But in our country, in rural community, it is huge. You cannot imagine. And definitely gender-based violence concern were there. Some practice and perceptions problems was also. Women were last person. Actually, they evacuate last
after confirming everybody of the family, including children, senior persons, person with disabilities, even she has to confirm safe shelter of poultry and dairies. Then she actually can move to safe shelters. Then there are some perception that shelter might not be safe for women, specifically adolescent girls. And there is another concern, perceptional concern, that women are normally considered as recipient of service. They cannot be provider. And definitely, the homemaker, I have in our video we said homemaker to responder. Our women are homemaker, mostly in communities. Their capacity of managing everything was not considered. Next, please. What to change and how? We took threefold measures. A quantitative and qualitative approach as capacity enhancement. We increased participation and, of course, leadership role. We had some policy interventions, quantitative measure. Actually, I have said they are one third. We brought parity in numbers. Then qualitative approach are training, motivation, changing role, enhancement of leadership. These are our techniques. We equip them with customized, personalized gear. Development of gender-responsive early warning message. This is very important. I have said that our previous early warning system was filtered by men and not women contexted. Now we make it women context and easy, understandable for women, and of course there are relevant guidelines for women and adolescents girls. So we also use some social measures through advocacy and engagement. Next. Now, two guiding questions were actually thrown to me. I will try to answer how the success of cyclone preparedness program can serve as a model for advancing gender-responsive public service. We want to share some success of our program. Engaging community. This is we are the community-based volunteer program, disaster risk management program since 1972. We have more than 50 years experience. We engage community. We give them ownership for the community, by the community. Another knowledge is, if proper knowledge and tools you can give to a community, they can be self-reliant and self-sufficient. Significance and good governance and legal framework. Then pathway to showcasing real sense volunteers. Our volunteers are actually real sense volunteers. They are disaster volunteers. They are definitely have clearly no pay volunteers. Pathway to empower through volunteerism. It is a very our significant lesson. A common person can be a savior in a disaster scenario. This is actually pathway to empower a community. Then recognition. A simple bravo, a simple word, bravo, is enough to motivate a volunteer. Then our model is replicable. Lessons of our gender-responsive effort, what we want to share, the women were there. They were always there, but in limited number and limited capacity, just to empower them. Then women-friendly early warning system, I have just said, contextual, making it contextual with accessibility and understandability, and gender-responsive evacuation and shelter management. We already developed, and we definitely address gender-based violence. Second question to us is, what is specific as strategies and initiatives that can be adapted? Our minimizing perception, I have said some perception problems, so campaign and awareness, huge campaign and awareness is required. Counting the potentiality of women. Homemaker to disaster responder, this is very key message. Just their potentiality has to be counted and give them motivation for changing role. it is not easy task to bring a woman in a disaster scene. Then showcasing our champion as role model, and definitely some other balancing I have said earlier, aligning community and society through advocacy, it is very important. We already have some benefit, achieved benefit. Next, please. The table in the bottom, or it was also in our audio visual, how the death toll in cyclone declined. In 1970, 1 million people died. The ratio was 14 women is to 1. Then in 1991, we managed to bring down 5 is to 1. And now it is in balance. It is a huge quantitative development, actually. Next, please. I'll say now a few words about what way forward. I have said it is an institutional approach. It might be scaled up throughout in whole disaster risk reduction system. And another important thing is that change agent. We are graduating community women through our volunteers, through yard meetings, some contextual knowledge we are delivering. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawk. Mr. Hawk introduced the UNPSA winner case, which was advancing gender responsive public governance through the cyclone preparedness program. And then he basically answered to two questions that we asked. First one is, how can the CPP serve as a model for advancing gender responsive public governance in a disaster preparedness and response efforts? And he mentioned that it will be a community-based disaster risk management approach, and he provided some of the lessons of CPP in gender responsive DRM. Also, to the second question of what specific strategy and initiatives within the CPP can be highlighted and adapted to enhance gender equality and women's participation in disaster management and public governance. And he introduces some of the campaigns, awareness program, and some of the efforts to transform women from homemaker to disaster responders, and how to motivate the changing role from recipient to provider. And he also showcased the champions to follow as role models, and also guiding with policy framework, as well as aligning community and society through advocacy. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And lastly, but not leastly, the next presenter is Mr. Samuel Donna, who is an associate capacity development expert from UN Project Officer on Governance and UNDESA. And he's going to present on promoting local innovation for the inclusion of people in vulnerable situations and leaving no one behind. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Donna.
Thank you very much for the great introduction, and thank you very much to everyone for your patience until this time. And the previous speakers, I would just want to make sure my presentation is brief and straight to the point. Okay, so, let me go back. Yes, the presentation, UNPOG is a project office on governance, as we all know. Our mandate is to strengthen the capacities of member states to be able to implement or accelerate progress on the 2030 agenda and other global frameworks. So that is one of the key pillars of what we do. And one way we do that is through the implementation of demand-driven capacity development programs, and making sure that our capacity development programs are really demand-based and also demand-driven, as well as evidence-based. This is backed by research. and policy analysis. So to be able to show that our capacity development activities are really sustainable and are concrete and meet the real needs of the people or member states, we make sure that we also conduct research. And one of the research products I want to introduce to us today is focused on this topic we are doing today. That is on promoting local innovation for the inclusion of persons in vulnerable situation, so that we leave no one behind. Leaving no one behind is one of the key principles or the driving principles of the 2030 agenda. This is how the presentation outline is going to be. I will not bother you on that. But as I mentioned, just this year, one of our key, it started last year, one of our key areas was to develop knowledge products or research products. And we collaborated with a partner institution, that is the Korea Research Institute of Local Administration. And we came out with 6 handbooks or training handbooks that were prepared. We previously have developed training toolkits, but these handbooks were something that would be handy and easy usable, that one or any institution or any member state that wants to use it could just access it and use it. So I'm happy to also inform you that these handbooks have finally been completed. Sorry. And they are published on our website, and I'll share the link to you soon. So there are 6 handbooks that are prepared under this handbook series. The series is named Innovative Local Governance for the Implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And as I mentioned, this handbook series is developed by UNPOG, UNDSR, and CRELA. There are other partners like UNDRR as well as UN Habitats who collaborated with us. The idea is that the handbooks are supposed, or the objective is that it's supposed to enhance capacities of member states and being able to help them, equipping them with the tools, skills, and competencies that are needed to be able to accelerate progress on the SDGs. And the other one is that it's supposed to be able to also introduce some innovative cases. All the handbooks are geared towards that, and some issues, other components about good practices that can be learned and adopted by member states in doing this. And one other one is supposed to provide a systematic approach where it can be replicated, where these cases that are inside or that are captured in these handbooks are able to help member states replicate some of these developmental goals or developmental policies and programs that are done. And the other one is that it's supposed to also help member states being able to mobilize the needed resources to be able to implement these ones. I just want to go. So these are photos of the handbook series. So when you go to our website, that's how it appears. There are 6 in number, and these are 3. These are the first 3 that are led by UNPOG. And the idea is that, so the first one is the one I'm presenting on now, promoting local innovation for inclusion of people in vulnerable situations, so that we leave no one behind. There are other ones we'll be talking about in other sessions, so I'm just going to mention this quickly. The other one, these are the other 3 handbooks that are led by the Korea Research Institute of Local Administration. And one is on digital transformation in local government, fostering collaborative public administration, as well as social value in local administration. So these toolkits are supposed to help both central and especially local governments and other key stakeholders who find them very necessary and needed in their capacity development activities and any other programs that they may want to use them for. So these are this particular handbook I'm mentioning on, which is more focused on issues about women or gender, and as well as the promotion of the inclusion of persons in vulnerable situations, is it has 6 thematic chapters. And when you visit it, you can easily refer to it from the thematic chapter 1 to the thematic chapter 6, which provides a summary of the key recommendations. And I want to also mention that these handbooks are all available on our website and also on CRELA's website,
as well as on UNPAN website. That's the UN Public Administration Network website. And these are all available to you free of charge. You can easily access them. If you also review them and you have any comments and you want to engage with us in promoting any capacity development activities, we are always available and our doors are always open, and we look forward to engaging with you. I want to thank you very much for your kind audience, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Dana, for introducing the useful handbooks. Okay, now we finished all 5 presentations from our prominent speakers. So we have about 10 minutes left for floor to ask questions to the speakers. And I see 3 questions now, and 2 questions are for Mr. Eungu Lee. Those questions are there countries, continents having better data sets? And the second question to Mr. Eungu Lee is harmonizing collection among countries is very promising and very helpful. May I ask if there is also a plan to collect data on adolescents committing suicide? So those 2 questions are from the floor to Mr. Eungu Lee. And there's one question for Mr. Hawk about Bangladesh case. The second question is about how has Bangladesh effectively managed the process of gender and development mainstreaming in the context of traditionally male-dominated domestic and social relations? What strategy or initiatives have been successful in promoting gender equality and empowering women within this cultural framework? Okay, perhaps we can start with Mr. Eungu Lee. Can you answer those 2 questions from the floor?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Gang. Can I seek further clarification on the first question? I think the second question, if I understood correctly, is there any international initiative to collect suicide data? Was that the question?
Adolescent committing suicide, about adolescent committing suicide.
Adolescent committing suicide.
Yeah, and the first question is basically which country or continent have better data set on gender gap?
Oh, okay. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, well, I'll try to answer to best of my knowledge. The first question, I don't, not just for UN Women, for UN in general, we collect data, but we do not try to rank or try to have have a list of countries, whether one region is better over the other region. But I think as I demonstrated in my presentation, in terms of the gender, climate, related nexus data sets, no countries in the world, actually, we do not have any indicators. So that's an area where no matter whether it's developed or developing countries, that's an area where we have to all work together to get the data, because we have none, actually. So that's why we need to have come up with a better strategies, innovative methods, better coordination between governments and the stat office within the country to get the data. But in short answer, we do not have any specific factual data that shows that one region is better than the other. Yeah. Hope that answers your question. And for a second, harmonizing data collection. Yes, so for committing suicide, I mean, that's the data that needs to be collected within the national country. But I think in the femicide framework, the statistical framework that we have introduced, they have one portion where they touches upon the instigated suicide. Because if a suicide is committed, because one of the criteria, I get very technical, but suicide is sort of not part of the statistical framework because the framework only considers a homicide. So a person is killed by another person. So suicide, it does not follow that criteria. So the statistical framework does not consider such a phenomenon, suicide, but it does pay attention because suicide Instigated suicide is some a criminal act that is induced by other third parties. So we take a closer look at this instigated suicide to reflect that in the framework, the statistical framework I just mentioned. So we look at the instigated suicide, but not suicide in general, because that does not fall into our requirement. I hope that answers your questions.
Well, thank you. I hope the whoever sent out these questions are satisfied with Mr. Lee's answer. And if there's any further questions or comments, yeah, please feel free to write them in the Q&A box. Okay, now Mr. Hawk, can you answer the next question about Bangladesh case?
It is very relevant question. I should happily answer. Actually, our national drive towards women empowerment through the leadership, particularly our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, helped us. So it is easy for us to national drive into a disaster risk management. So our basic and another basic need we felt the statistics I have shown 14:1 women comparing with men died in different disasters. So our campaign was, if a woman can manage everything in family, in his workstation, in society, why not in response? So this was the basic campaign. So how we make it possible? We just motivate women, then enroll them, then train them, and then engage in the field. I think I tried my best to answer the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like those are the 3 questions that we receive from the floor. Are there any other questions from the floor? Okay, if not, then let me ask one final question to our speakers. Well, based on what your presentation and your cases, what are the key actions or strategies that should be prioritized over the next decade to ensure more women rise to leadership position and public governance becomes truly gender responsive? So what would be the key actions and strategy that make women to be in the decision maker position? Okay, can you start from Sam and then Mr. Hawk and also Mr. Lee?
Thank you very much for the excellent question. I think there are several of these strategies and policies that could be undertaken. And I think it should all start with the reawakening of the need to empower not just everybody, but women in particular, because I know globally women are more than men in terms of population, but they are anyway marginalized. And we should see, I know this becoming a cliche, but I think we should see women issue as a human right. So women's rights should be human rights. And when we begin to see it from that dimension, then we will begin to appreciate it. Some of the actionable things should be that we should promote, or we should begin to reconscientize our thoughts and make sure that we put in action, and the action should be that there should be commitment that comes from within, not just by lip services. And not just, we shouldn't sit back and think it's only by politicians, or we shouldn't think it's only by community leaders. Even in our own local communities and our household, we should be the change agents. For instance, every human being or every person has a woman in their life. Either your wife, your daughter, your auntie, your uncle, your mom is a woman. And if you begin to see this as something very personal, then we can really go forward in terms of talking about it, telling others about it, and making sure that we also promote the policies and commitments that helps with it. Thank you very much.
you again. Actually, I will reiterate my previous comments or thoughts. Actually, count them in every concern. This is one, and give them role, give them capacity, just scale up. This is actually simplest way. Bring them out from home and engage. Thank you very much.
Dr. Gang, just before answering your question, I have a follow-up response to the second question, regarding the suicide. I just thought about it. There is an international international classification for crime statistic that is maintained by UNODC, and in that classification scheme is one of the ways to harmonize national compilation of all crime. That includes also the suicide. So that's one way you could take a reference to see the efforts done at the global level to harmonize crime plus and the suicide. Actually, suicide is part of that crime statistics. So you could refer to that. And answering your question on how to promote women's leadership, I think, to me, there are many legislations, programs, initiatives already in place, but they are not being implemented. So I think we really need to focus on the policy implementation gap. Rather than reinventing the wheels and the programs that is already there, we really have to focus and really work together in partnership, governments, civil societies, the relevant all stakeholders, actually to bridge the policy implementation gaps. I think that's probably the most important area that I would like to suggest, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for esteemed team panelists and distinguished guests. As we bring this enlightening session to a close, I'm compelled to reflect upon the wealth of insights and perspectives that we've gained today. From Ms. Atsuko Okuda's incisive exploration of the symbiotic relationship between digital inclusion and women's empowerment, to Ms. Valentina Resta's compelling argument for building capacities and dismantling barriers in public institutions, we've journeyed through the multifaceted dimensions of women's leadership and gender-responsive public governance. And Mr. Unguli's presentation reminds us that how important measuring the gendered impact, but the current SDG indicators do not capture the gender environment nexus comprehensively. Mr. Amadou Haq's showcase of the cyclone preparedness program stands as a testament to the tangible impact of such policies, and especially when aligned with disaster preparedness. And finally, Mr. Samuel Donna's emphasis on grassroots innovation for the marginalized further reiterates the ethos of our collective mission, leaving no one behind. Well, I want to emphasize that the discussion we had today are not an end, but rather a catalyst for deeper reflection, for collaborative action, for fostering a world that genuinely champions gender equality, inclusivity, and empowerment at all echelons of society and governance. Thank you very much to all our esteemed panelists for their invaluable contributions and to all attendees for engaging so actively. Together, let's continue to pave the path towards a more equitable and inclusive future. As we move forward, let's carry the spirit of today's dialogue into our respective spheres of influence, ensuring that these conversations translate into tangible changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. So we'll have coffee break until 2:45, and we'll start our next session on thematic session 4 on results-oriented climate action. So please enjoy your coffee break and come back by 2:45. Thank you. I would like to request UNPOG colleagues to bring back our participants in this room. So we are going to start now. Welcome back to thematic session 4 on result-oriented climate actions. I would like to welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Animesh Kumar, Head UNDRR office in Bonn, to moderate this session. Mr. Animesh.
Thanks, colleagues. So a very good morning, good afternoon from Bonn in Germany. And we are going to start this session very soon. So what I would do is the focus of the session is very much on climate action and in line with SDG 13. And it's very important to, the topic is very important where we will talk about results-oriented climate action through effective policy-making processes, institutional arrangements, and multi-level governance. And this topic is important because of the context in which this is being discussed. To start with, the global toll of disasters has continued to remain unacceptably high. Even by the most conservative estimates of the official statistics, over 40,000 people die of disasters every year in the last 7 years, 90% of which are climate or weather related. In this year alone, we have seen the longest lived tropical cyclone, Freddy, besides hurricanes in different parts of the world. The hottest week on record 3 months back, and heat waves in different parts of the world are another testimony. In East Africa, rainfall has been below average in 5 consecutive wet seasons, the longest such sequence in 40 years. And we are very much aware of the devastating floods in Libya, wildfires in Hawaii, and so on. A few weeks back, when we had the SDG summit in New York, it highlighted that under SDG 13, that the pace and scale of current climate action plans are insufficient to effectively tackle climate change. Back to back with the SDG summit, we also had the Climate Ambition Summit in New York. And this was held in the backdrop of the NDC synthesis report that was released earlier this year. It found that the combined climate pledges of 193 parties under the Paris Agreement will achieve only a slight decrease of 0.3% in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 2019 levels. However, this is well short of the 43% emissions reduction called for by the IPCC to be on the 1.5 degree pathway and would push the world to an unsustainable potential warming of around 2.5 degrees by the end of the century. And this is going to be catastrophic. However, not all hope is lost. While there is rapidly closing window to course correct, there are some key opportunities for the swift scale above climate action for climate positive investments that catalyze a growth trajectory to achieve shared prosperity. The Secretary General of the UN has called the Climate Ambition Summit a summit of hope. The summit showcased a way forward, the alignment of sectoral, local, national, international plans, policies with credible and science-backed targets to accelerated decarbonization, more climate justice and fairness, unprecedented levels of coordination and cooperation, and a renewed focus on credibility and accountability. So what are our key opportunities? One is the concurrent global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, midterm review of the Sendai framework, and at the midterm stage of the SDGs. The moment provides an opportunity to better align global agendas relevant for climate action. We also need high investments to know what our risks are, investments in the right data. There's a growing recognition in the value of green pathways to prosperity, more knowledge to adopt better and avoid maladaptation, and greater risk information to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage and adapt better. However, globally and in most countries, efforts to manage disasters and disaster risks, adapting to climate change, humanitarian action, and averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage have evolved in parallel with very little linkage between their planning, coordination, and financing mechanism. And this raises a question on governance, which this whole webinar and the symposium is focusing on. The growing call for risk as the basis and a comprehensive risk management approach to integrated planning is becoming very high. Nationally, between national adaptation plans, the SDGs, and disaster risk reduction, and locally with more and more community-centric approaches. This becomes very practical with the announcement by the SG on early warnings for all, a key mechanism for adaptation, reducing risk, and loss and damage with a high ambition to protect every human on Earth with an early warning system by 2027. And all of these to be underscored by a high level of inclusiveness with the narrative on stakeholders transitioning from engagement to empowerment to leadership, as it is clear that it's a whole of society approach that can lead us to the pathway of resilience. So as we head to COP28 in 43 days from now, the urgent and transformative action is crucial, going beyond mere plans and promises. Both the UNSG as well as the COP28 presidency designate have highlighted their key priorities for the COP. 1, closing the emission gap. 2, transforming climate finance. 3, climate justice. And 4, putting nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of climate action with a high level of inclusiveness. So from this initial scene setting, there are a few key questions that emerge. How do we accelerate climate action to achieve the SDGs? What are some innovative practices in this area? What are the lessons learned? And how can climate action be promoted? What capacities are needed for multi-level governance? Speaking to these points is a very competent panel where we will hear the perspectives of parliamentarians, governments, climate financiers, international organizations working to promote multi-level governance. So I'll first turn to Ms. Malini Mehra. Malini is the Chief Executive of the Global Legislators Organization, the Globe International. And Malini, can you tell us how can results-oriented climate action be promoted through effective policy making, and how can parliaments accelerate climate action, especially in climate vulnerable countries? You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day, delegates. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm joining you from London today. In my presentation, I've been tasked with addressing the theme of turning commitments into action, the crucial role of parliaments in climate action. So with only 7 minutes to provide an introduction to this fascinating theme, I will dive straight in. Firstly, some context. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Globe International, it's the organization that first provided the platform for parliamentarians to engage with intergovernmental processes on sustainable development. And this started with the landmark Earth Summit in Rio in 1992, which of course gave birth to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Globe now serves as the focal point within the UNFCCC for the informal parliamentary group. Now, while the convention itself does not mention parliaments or legislators, it does instruct states to, quote, enact effective environmental legislation, unquote. This has been taken up by parliaments across the world, and we now have a strong global architecture of national climate change legislation. In 1997, when the Kyoto Protocol, that some of you may recall, was agreed, there were just 54 climate laws and policies. Now there are in excess of 2,000 globally. And we have seen a surge, especially on net zero, since the Paris Agreement in 2015. Broadly speaking, however, from creating new laws on climate change and net zero to innovative scrutiny and accountability mechanisms, parliamentarians have responded to the climate emergency at multiple levels. In a recent report that Globe produced with the Climate Vulnerable Forum group of 55 member countries, parliamentarians stated, quote, with all the focus on the executive branch, parliaments and parliamentarians are often ignored, sidelined, and perhaps forgotten. But parliaments, as the foremost democratic and legislative bodies, have a crucial role to play. We represent the people, make laws, and scrutinize and provide oversight over governments and the executive bureaucracy as they implement national policies. These parliamentarians from Bangladesh, Ghana, and the Philippines remind us that, quote, on climate, many parliaments have been taking the lead by framing and passing climate legislation which legally mandates governments to meet specific ambitious climate targets. In this presentation, I will summarize the 3 principal ways in which parliaments are seeking to turn commitments into action. These are through legislation, scrutiny, and budget review processes. Legislation is central to anchoring national climate commitments in domestic law and making them mandatory. Climate framework laws can be adopted or amended to make these national commitments legally binding. And they can also establish shorter-term carbon budgets that support the long-term climate neutrality goals. Specific targets and indicators can be incorporated to monitor and evaluate progress, with shorter accountability checkpoints, such as the ones we're seeing this year with the global stocktake, to ensure that countries are on track and to evaluate the need to modify the plans to make them more effective and increase ambition. These mechanisms should also include oversight and enforcement functions. For example, they can include minimum standards for planning and reporting, appropriate financing for implementation entities, and a requirement for a parliamentary review after a certain period. In addition, it can be helpful to identify a third party made up of technical experts to provide scientific advice to support the implementation of these plans and monitor their progress. Finally, it is important for this legislation to reinforce active transparency, to keep stakeholders and the public informed and establish partnerships for the implementation of these goals. Some frameworks also include the development of a checklist or report that is attached to proposed bills to identify how they will support the fulfillment of national climate goals. And I'm going to provide you some examples of countries which already have similar tools to track how their laws align with the SDGs, including SDG 13 on climate action. For example, the National Assembly of Ecuador, through the Parliamentary Group for the Eradication of Poverty and Achieving the SDGs, has developed a verification checklist that identifies how bills align with and support the implementation of the SDGs. In Mexico, we have the Chamber of Deputies, which has created a legislative strategy for the 2030 Agenda to identify legislative reforms which are needed to achieve each SDG, including SDG 13. In Senegal, we see the National Assembly, which is responsible for authorizing the ratification of international agreements. And Senegal was among the first to ratify the Paris Agreement in July 2016. Legislators there have also called for training programs for national climate change project leaders to enable them to master the mechanisms for submitting applications to international climate funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, and thereby deploying funds much more effectively. In the Congress of Paraguay, for example, we have seen the development of an online platform called Congreso 2030 PY, which tracks how legislation relates to the different SDGs and respective targets. This open source tool helps individuals find answers to questions such as, which SDGs are affected by certain legislative initiatives? Which objectives or goals receive the most attention from parliamentarians, and which are the ones which are most overlooked? Who are the most active parliamentarians in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda? This program even includes an algorithm which can automatically classify bills according to the included SDGs, based on a dictionary which is continually improved. Now to the second function, which is of scrutiny or oversight. Now, most parliaments have a parliamentary committee with a mandate to address environmental and climate issues. In some cases, they have more than one committee which has a mandate to cover these issues. Or alternatively, in addition to these committees, some parliamentarians may decide to form a multi-party group to take on this role or to complement the work of the committee or committees. Although rules of procedure may differ in different parliaments, the following scrutiny mechanisms can generally be considered by committees, political parties, or individual parliamentarians. These are inquiries or formal investigations, post-legislative scrutiny processes, question periods and interpellations where ministers are called or senior public officials are held to account, public hearings, reports, outreach and campaigns, and motions or resolutions. A couple of examples of these. In the Senate of Mexico, the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change actively examines international instruments, such as the Paris Treaty, which are related to the environment and oversees their implementation by the government. In the Federal Parliament of Germany, the Bundestag, under their Climate Change Act, Parliament has the duty to scrutinize the national emissions targets which are defined in the emissions budget, as well as the annual emissions per sector, which are the responsibility of the relevant ministries. The government must present the Bundestag with an annual climate action report containing sector-by-sector information on greenhouse gases and on progress in implementing the climate action program. If an emissions budget has been exceeded in a reporting year, the government must take corrective actions. In Indonesia, we have the House of Representatives, which, while it doesn't have a standing committee on climate change, the Paris Agreement does fall under the remit of several existing parliamentary committees. And the House of Representatives has also developed a monitoring portal of the SDGs, including the climate change goal, to track progress of the government of Indonesia's performance in implementing its national action plan on SDGs. A final example from the United Kingdom, where the 2008 UK Climate Change Act places Parliament at the heart of oversight of the government's climate action. The Act established the Climate Change Committee, which is an independent statutory body reporting to Parliament on progress made in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing for and crucially adapting to the impacts of climate change. For the third part, we now moved to budget. And this is with regards to the budgetary review responsibilities of parliaments. As we know, achieving the Paris Agreement will require financial support to implement the NDCs, long-term strategies, national adaptation plans, and action plans for climate empowerment, amongst other requirements. Parliaments play a crucial role in the allocation of public resources for climate action through their review, amendments, depending on the parliamentary system, approval and oversight of national budgets. As parliamentarians participate in budgetary processes, some budgeting methodologies may be helpful in guiding scrutiny and analysis from a climate perspective. For example, we have the Climate Public Expenditure and Institutional Review, the CPEIR, which has been developed by UNDP, to identify the government's baseline expenditures for target sectors at the national level. This mechanism allows countries to assess the percentage of a gross domestic product spend on climate change, the sources of this spending, and the related institutional architecture. We also have the Green Budgeting Framework established by the OECD, which recommends the development of a green budgeting statement to accompany the budget proposal, facilitating accountability and transparency of the budget's alignment with climate objectives. Finally, we also have parliamentary budget offices, which are independent fiscal institutions, or they're called often the congressional budget offices. These are public bodies that aim to promote sustainable public finances through various functions, including monitoring compliance with fiscal rules, production or endorsement of macroeconomic forecasts for budgets. I'll just end with two final examples of good practice. With regard to the budget office I've just mentioned, the Parliament of Austria has its own parliamentary budget office, which supports the parliament in its budget responsibilities to reduce the information asymmetry, which often limits parliament's ability to effectively scrutinize government finances. This parliamentary budget office has developed a green climate dashboard, which is similar to the SDG dashboard, and it reviews Austria's green budget performance based on a set of indicators, providing comparison over time along with policy recommendations. My final example is from France, where the National Assembly was the first one in the world to implement a green budget approach. This was spurred by a National Citizens' Assembly and in response to the French Yellow Vest movement. This approach introduces a new expenditure classification that aims to identify the environmental impact of government spending. It also allows the National Assembly and government to assess the compatibility of the national budget with France's commitments under the Paris Agreement. And with that, Chair, I will bring my opening remarks to a close. Thank you, and I hand back over to you.
Thank you very much, Malini. That was very, very insightful. And thanks for highlighting the legal basis for climate action to ensure high level of accountability for climate action and bringing some very concrete examples from countries on legislative and budgetary measures to ensure this. A GST, the global stock take, which will be a key outcome of the COP28, I would assume would be a very key enabler to ensure this to happen at scale. I just wanted to highlight to all our online participants, please keep posting your questions in the Q&A box, and participants on site will get a chance to have your questions towards the end of the interventions. So let me now move to the Pacific, which has been a pioneering region in the development of joint action plans to implement climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, both at the regional levels as well as the national levels. And Tonga is one of the very few countries that has also submitted its joint national action plan as the national adaptation plan on the NAP Central. I'm very pleased to have Ms. Mau Leha, who is the Director for National Planning Department in the Prime Minister's Office of the Government of Tonga. And to hear the government perspectives, you would want to hear from Tonga What challenges and opportunities have emerged from your experience in addressing climate change, and what specific capacities are needed to enhance governance for climate action in Tonga? So, Ms. Leha, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the UN-DESA Ministry of the Interior and Safety, as well as the Indian Metropolitan City, for extending the invitation to National Planning Department in Tonga. Really happy to be part of this symposium this year. Here is just a quick outline of my presentation. Just to give an overview of the cascading national planning system in Tonga. Just a quick touch on the government priority agenda. The journey that Tonga has taken from 2015 up until now, as far as mainstreaming of our national plan, efficient and effective governance in the context of Tonga and the National Planning Department. The role of risk-informed development in our National Infrastructure Investment Plan, and I'll also provide some few examples of the activities on how we interpret whole of society and whole of community approach in the context of Tonga. Here is a cascading of national planning system. It's just to provide an overview of how we see this whole mainstreaming and integration and involvement in the national planning system. So, of course, we have the Tonga Strategic Development Framework, which is our national plan. And this has already been, we have mainstreamed the Sustainable Development Goals, Sendai Framework, Samoa Pathway, Addis Ababa, and so on and so forth of these international frameworks, but also now the work is underway on the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. So from there we have the government priority agenda from 2022 to 2025. There's also the involvement of the sector plans, district plans, community development plans. And then it comes down to the ministry, departments, and administration. This is the line ministries of government. There are 3-year corporate plans, or in some cases they call it the business plans, budget and annual management plan, and then you have at the budget. But you also notice we have monitoring and evaluation all across at all levels. And this involves, I mentioned about the Sustainable Development Goals being mainstreamed. And part of this mainstream and landing of the SDG into our national planning process, in the case of Tonga, we have identified about 82 SDG indicators that are that we're currently collecting these indicators. 2, the ministries and their stakeholders have confirmed that they have their interest in these indicators. So these are indicators that we've already aligned and mainstream it into the fourth layer of this planning system here, the MDA's corporate plans. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is just to provide you an overview of how, in the context of Tonga, that we're doing this exercise. I wanted to just highlight here the government priority agenda. So we have the Tonga Strategic Development Framework, our national plan, but every administration with a 4-year term, there are some specific areas that they would like to highlight during their term. So in the case of Tonga, we have, there's about like 3 key areas: the national resilience, quality and service and affordability, progressive economic growth. And you can see in there, so out of these 3 main categories, there's about like 9 government priority areas. So focusing and highlighting importance of resilience, reducing relative poverty, education for all, access to quality and affordable healthcare system, maximize of the trade opportunities, improving quality and access to public administration, and of course, partnership and strengthening of bilateral engagement. And underneath each of these 9, there are other specific focus area, which I'm not going to go into details. But this is just to highlight the relevancy of whether it's at the Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's the Sendai or the Tonga Strategic Development Framework, or whether it's the government, is an administration. All these things, they come together and they sort of like help inform each other. So that's the government priority agenda. There's 9 of them with the current administration. Here I just wanted to show you the journey that Tonga took from 2015 up until now. I mentioned about the alignment process, and that involves blending of the SDGs into our national planning process. There's a lot of mention about mainstreaming. There's also one of the stops here is on the government priority agenda that I just mentioned. But I think it's really important, out of this whole planning system, it's like, how do we coordinate? How do we bring in the sector targets and the sector activities and their priorities and bring them into the national planning process? And that's shown on the second to the last stop of this journey. So this year, the focus of national planning is engaging 6 sectors. One is the Joint National Action Plan that the moderator mentioned. And this is the first in the Pacific that we address mitigation and adaptation in one strategy. And they're like, we have, this year we also confirmed to focus on the gender mainstreaming, as we've heard earlier. The third one is on NCD. So these are some of the strategies that we've identified through consultations and prioritization exercise that stakeholders, ministries, and communities have highlighted that they would really like to see us focus on. So I mentioned the NCD, but there's also the energy roadmap, and the last one is the cluster system. In Tonga, there's 11 cluster systems. So all these things is one of the challenges that, and I'm sure a lot of the countries represented here are currently facing. They're like the silos, the lack of coordination, the challenges of like not enough resources, whether it's budget or human resources. So these are some of the challenges that prompted us to what else can we do from a national planning space to help with this coordination. So one of them is identify these 5, and the 6th one was the JNEP. The JNEP 2, which is the Joint National Action Plan, that was like the pilot project in this whole mainstreaming exercise. So we did this mainstreaming back in 2019 and 2020. So in the case of Tonga, the Joint National Action Plan for mitigation and adaptation, there's about 22 targets in there. So these 22 targets, we identify, we map it to a lead agency or lead NGO, and we map these targets to based on their mandates. So in the corporate plans, as I mentioned in this cascading in my previous slide, so these targets are mapped to a specific line ministry. So in the corporate plan of these specific line ministries, they're able to identify their outputs and activities that address these targets. So that's the whole sector engagement mainstreaming exercise. So we started off with the JNEP 2, now we've added 5 into this mainstreaming process. So we are currently working on 6. And then what? So it's important to come back to the corporate plan, and that's the last stop on this journey. So currently is harnessing, looking at the alignment and ensuring that there's connection, there's nexus in the alignment and the mapping that we've done with the ministries and their stakeholders, but also it's important to link it to the monitoring and evaluation. And I mentioned about the 82 indicators that we've confirmed. So all these things linked and aligned. And I think it's also an advantage of a small island development states. So it's a challenge, but yet it's an interesting challenge for this coordination. It's small, and so from national planning, it helps us in simplifying this coordination process. So here is how do we see this from an efficient, effective institutional arrangements at multi-level governance? What does this mean in the context of Tonga? It means about confirm of targets and indicators. It means utilize national monitoring system to track. So what does that mean? It means looking at templates, looking at the timeline, looking at the reporting template. So you have this, and I think in the position of National Planning Department, it allows us to provide these templates and coordinate the whole progress of SDGs and our Tonga Strategic Development Framework. And I think it's really important to highlight here that in the context of Tonga, we don't treat SDGs, Sendai, and all these things as a separate ball game from this whole national planning system and platform. The whole idea is just to bring them in. So here you can see about I think that the last point I wanted to highlight here is the link to audit performance process. And I think that's one of the presentation earlier is really important. And I think this is where the nexus from a national planning space because in our case, the audit, they report to Parliament. So you have this check and balance, and so far, this is one of the key milestones in our case, is linking the M&E information to the audit performance process. So this is just to provide you with an overview of the things that are happening in the national planning space. Here also to highlight the role of risk-informed. So risk-informed, there's one of the multi-criteria assessment, or the criteria that we use to assess infrastructure priority projects in the case of Tonga. One is including the climate change-related mitigation and adaptation priorities as one of the criteria for assessing the infrastructure. In the figure 2 on the right is a whole improved process for this prioritization of infrastructure investment in our case. So here, lastly, I just wanted to show you some of the activities, the current activities. You can see 17th, 22nd of September of this year, we have a National Climate Change Awareness Week. But these are some of the examples. We have youth, we have communities, we have government-like ministries, students. One of the targets of this JNEP 2 is planting 1 million trees by 2027. So part of these groups that you see on the screen here are all contributing towards planting. Here is planting mangroves, but of course they're all counting towards that. We also have this national water tank project that provides water tanks to elderlies, disabilities, families with children. There's also some early warning sharing of information where the climate change, they do share. So these are just some of the examples. There's also the nurseries here that they got funding from the ministry, that the climate change department, to help nurseries. So this whole of society, whole of government, one of the activities here is about cleaning of coastal cleaning. So these are just some of the activities, but these are captured in the corporate plans of the line ministry, so we are able to monitor and evaluate and, of course, share this information with the Office of the Auditor General. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for the opportunity. Malopit.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leha. And the strong risk-informed approaches and accountability mechanisms being adopted and applied in Tonga are very, very evident. The JNAPS, as the pioneer on integrated planning in the Pacific, you'll be very happy to note, Ms. Leha, that it's being seen as a very good practice, and we are actually upscaling it in different parts of the world, from Asia to the Caribbean, focusing on LDCs and SIDS. And thanks also for bringing up the very important point on gender mainstreaming besides whole of society approach. So from here, let's move to financing. Earlier this year, a few weeks back in New York at the Climate Ambition Summit, the Green Climate Fund presented its new vision to deliver climate finance at scale. including through the mobilization of private finance through a reset of its engagement. And this would mean preparing for a capitalization of $50 billion by 2030, or what we call as 50 by 30, by overhauling its accreditation process, accelerating project approval, and focusing on country programming rather than projects. So speaking on this very important topic is Mr. Jerry Velasquez, the Director of the Division of Mitigation and Adaptation at the Green Climate Fund. And Jerry, could you tell us about this basically? What role does GCF play in financing climate action as of now, and what is the fund's vision for accelerating action in the next 8 years? And to talk about these next 8 years, you have 7 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll just give you an overview of GCF financing so far. In the last, we are the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement. So we are created to actually finance and help countries reach their ambitions towards the Paris Agreement. So far, we are the youngest of all of the funds that have been created. And we are a partnership organization. We work with 150 partners, including the MDBs, the UN, and national and local partners. So far, we have programmed $12.8 billion of GCF money, leveraging a total of $48.3 billion including co-financing. As noted by Animesh, this year is the end of our 4-year financing period called GCF1. We are entering a new period, 2024 to 2027. And we just had the pledging conference in Germany, hosted by the German government. And at that conference, we confirmed $9.3 billion worth of pledges from countries. We still have 5 countries to go, including Italy, Sweden, Switzerland, Australia, and the US. So hopefully they confirm their pledges by the Conference of the Parties in December. So this financing that's available to developing countries, where does it go? So where we focus on both mitigation and adaptation. So as you can see, we invest in projects on energy generation and access, transport, building cities, industries, and appliances, forest and land use. But we also invest in livelihoods of people and communities, health, food and water security, infrastructure and built environment, ecosystem and ecosystem services. So, and most of our projects do not stay into one area. They're actually mostly cross-cutting. Our projects usually span from size from the smallest is $10 million and the largest is over $250 million. So we adopted our new strategic plan. This new strategic plan guides our next 4-year programming period. And as you can see in here, we have 4 areas, which is this priority 2024 to 2027, but they have a bigger goal, which is to contribute to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement achievement. And that is, we have a readiness program, as you can see there, second to the bottom box. This readiness program provides capacity building to countries. That means we provide up to $1 million per country per year, just to build their capacity and to be able to access the larger finance that's available from the GCF. The second is that we focus on mitigation and adaptation. We have a particular set of targets in our new strategic plan on this, the transition areas of energy, infrastructure, ecosystem, and food. And then there is a new focus guided to us by the board, and that's on adaptation, in particular, locally led adaptation action. So in this area, this is new, and our board has given us a kind of a soft target for this. And the challenge here is we don't have these projects yet. So this is an opportunity for many countries to develop. It's an expansion area, and we are looking forward for many of these projects. So these projects can be on-granting programs to communities, to local governments, to civil society, and so on. We do have some examples, but our goal is to scale this up. So how do we work? As I've noted, first, we are country-driven. So any project need a no-objection letter from our focal point, which is assigned by each country. And to support country, we have the readiness program. As I've explained, this is $1 million per year to build their capacity. In addition to that, we also provide $3 million to build their what you call national adaptation plans. Now, in support of the development of projects, we also provide project preparation support up to $1.5 million to develop a full project. And as I've noted here, we are a partnership organization. We only provide funding. The actual projects are developed by partners. So it includes, for example, the Fiji Development Bank in the Pacific. We have the Ministry of Finance of the Cook Islands, but we also have the World Bank, you know, the Asian Development Bank. We have UN agencies, UNDP, FAO, and so on. We have JICA, we have GIZ. So they're all able to access finance from us. We have 4 financial instruments: grants, loans, equity, and guarantees, and we could blend them all. Our loans are very cheap. Our cheapest loan is 0% interest up to 40 years tenor. So what happens is that mostly our partners, the multilateral development banks, would blend our loans and grants with their own financing to lower the cost of capital. And this makes good climate projects viable. But having said that, for adaptation projects, we could finance them all in grants. In fact, half of our financing is in grants. No need for repayment. So adaptation, mainly in grants. Mitigation, most of it as loans. We engage with private sector. And for that, we also have guarantee and equity. We could actually be part of a project wherein we provide equity investment. We have a balanced allocation. Half of our financing is in adaptation. It's mandated by the board. And at the moment, we are 50-50. But in addition to that, within the 50% for adaptation, at least 50% should be for SIDS, LDCs, and African countries. At the moment, we are 70%. So all of our adaptation money goes mainly to SIDS, LDCs, and African countries. And we take a lot of risk. We have very high risk appetite. We can take bankruptcies, we don't need our money back, we're an impact investor. And that's our goal, to make good projects viable. This is our vision for the next 4 years. As you can see, we have targets on what we hope to achieve. But as you can see here, the new one that I've mentioned is on readiness. We are building a new round of funding for countries. In this round, we are proposing $500 million of new financing for countries on readiness. And on adaptation, it will be a far larger focus on community-led adaptation action. In addition to this, we have been striving to improve access. So in this next 4 years, there will be more predictability. There will be faster access. It will be simpler. It will complement funding with the GEF, the Adaptation Fund, and others. We will strive to increase volume, in particular, for example, in the Pacific. And we will partnership more with direct access entities. These are within our strategic plan as well. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jerry, for this very pointed and succinct presentation. I would also like to add that I think we should also look forward to the forthcoming OECD report for further insights on international financial flows, which, when seen together with public finance flows, as was pointed by Malini earlier, through budgetary tracking, for example, will provide us a very good understanding of the amount available and being spent for climate action. So having gone through the issues on governance in terms of the legislation and the power of legal measures, having listened to a government in terms of the key steps being taken, and having listened to climate finance, let's move towards some of the solutions in terms of the key tools that we have at our disposal to better understand the power of multi-level governance and regulatory systems. To speak to this topic, I'm very pleased to have Mr. Duc Huan Son, who's a Senior Program Policy Officer in the Policy Legislation and Governance section of UN Habitat, and he would also be joined by his colleague Samuel Juguna. So, Duc, can you tell us how can results-oriented climate action be promoted through multi-level governance? And I understand you would also talk about your urban toolkits. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you. So I'm Duc Huan Son, UN Habitat, so from Nairobi. Yes, today I'm share the multi-level governance and regulatory system of UN Habitat. It's evident. So we are currently falling short of the climate goals underscoring the urgency of the climate action in our cities, especially. The rapid urbanization of the world population, with 55% of currently living in cities, and projection indicating 68% by 2050. The cities responsible for 70% of the global emissions are already experiencing the effects of the climate change. Temperature is 10 degrees higher than the rural areas. In cities, climate change is disproportionately affecting the urban poor, including billions of living in vulnerable hotspots and informal settlements. So globally, there is a growing awareness of the importance of cities in climate action. So climate changes in cities is one of the UN Habitat's top priorities. We can find this at the New Urban Agenda and Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Sorry. Acknowledging crucial role of cities in addressing climate change impact and the role of the domestic legislation and governance, it's evident that these instruments are at the forefront of the advancing climate action. Urban law and urban governance define the management of development of the urban environment, and they have an important role to play in increasing cities and resilience and helping cities reduce their emissions. Cities are burdened by laws and governance framework that do not match the prevailing urban reality. Inactive laws and governance framework, or the lack of the capacity to enforce them, makes planning inactive in shaping cities and achieving sustainable and inclusive results. In this context, UN Habitat provides technical legal assistance to countries, including national, subnational governments, to improve, reform, or create respective urban legal and institutional framework. The urban law module was developed by UN Habitat in collaboration with UNEP and some agencies in recognition of the cross nexus between urbanization and climate change. This module provides the instrument and knowledge necessary to review urban legal framework at the national, regional, local level and assess them with respect to the climate action, also offering suggestions for improvement of the legal provision. This urban law module is composed of the 5 indicators: governance framework for the urban climate planning, urban and territorial planning, urban planning and design for the adaptation, urban planning and design for mitigation, and lastly, economic and non-economic instrument for climate-friendly urban planning. And companion guide on the planning law for the climate smart cities was also developed to provide a narrative description and examples of the legal provisions. The urban law module focuses the governance framework for urban and climate planning. This framework focuses on, firstly, multi-level governance, including mechanism for vertical and horizontal coordination, including cross-sectional coordination. For example, for example, the Philippine Climate Change Act 2009 created the Climate Change Commission as the lead policy-making body of the government and require it to coordinate, monitor, and evaluate the programs and action plans. And participation, the participation of the urban stakeholders and data collection and sharing among public agencies as well as their dissemination to the general public. Mandate of the local governments on the steering and controlling climate-friendly urban planning and land use are other focuses. UN Habitat. Sorry. Sorry. UN Habitat piloted the urban law module in 8 countries, Malawi, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and so forth. And the biggest impact has been to the influence that include key consideration from science and international best practices in legislation and governance. This happened very well in the case of the Zimbabwe, where since late 2022, they have been developing their first climate change act based on the outcomes of our legal assessment. And I hope they will have a powerful legal instrument to successfully tackle climate change related issue. And guide on the multi-level governance and climate action of UN Habitat shows the importance of the state and non-state actors working together to adjust the urban area to enhance their resilience and grow in climate-friendly ways. This guide discussed 7 enabling governance conditions for climate action, which are 7. So fiscal decentralization, participatory governance, data and informing sharing, vertical and horizontal institutional coordination, supportive legal frameworks, capacity building, and political will. And this is a case from the guide, the Lespe, Brazil. The northeast region of Brazil, including Lespe, is identified as the climate hotspot by the IPCC due to the droughts, concentrated rainfall, and industrial activities leading to internal displacement and impoverished settlements. For the region, Brazil's national determined contributions aim to reduce emissions by 37% by 2025 and 43% by 2030 from 2005 levels. With support from the UN Urban RES project, Lespe adopted Green Climate Cities GCC methodology by ICLEI, integrating it into the metropolitan monitoring system covering 14 municipalities. GCC implementation led to the cross-sectional policies, including green roof law, requiring vegetation on the roof of the larger city buildings. Collaboration among departments increased and civil society, the private sector and academia were involved in GCC implementation. Public policymaking involved vertical coordination, identifying local greenhouse gas emission drivers, and gaining stakeholder support for the city administration strategies.
Mr. Son, can you start wrapping up?
Yes, yes. I think it, yes, yeah, I speed up. I think this key success factor in this case is political will, civil society inclusion, and effective communication channels. And lastly, these are significant towards achieving vertical alignment in climate action. The first ministerial meetings convened by the Egyptian COP27 presidents with the UN Habitat support. This meeting saw a significant step toward achieving vertical alignment with the climate action. And this meeting saw the launch of the 27 Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generations initiative. Developed the coalition with the UN Habitat and facilitated by ICRI. And aimed to the transforming cities into sustainable, resilient, and low-emission urban system. And this year, UN Habitat and COP28 presidents will co-host the second ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change at COP28 in Dubai. Thank you for the listening. So sorry for some disruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and no problem. So let's quickly then move to the other solution that is being proposed in terms of introduction of a handbook on effective national to local governance for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And this will be presented by our colleague from the UNPOG, Mr. Praveen Maharaj, as program management expert. So Praveen, over to you.
Thank you, Animesh. So I'll be very brief so that we have more time for Q&A. So as my colleague in our previous session, Samuel Dana, introduced about this handbook series. So one of the handbook is on effective national to local governance for climate change mitigation and adaptation. So here you can see all the 6 handbooks, and one of them is the effective national to local public governance for climate change and mitigation. So this handbook aims to introduce diverse specific strategic approaches and policy tools, and it also provides recommendations for concrete policy action. So all the chapters has some strategies, all the exercises, innovative cases, and like good and innovative practices. So all the chapters includes those elements. And this handbook also talk about principle of effective governance for sustainable development, which is developed by UN SEPA. All the 11 principles are discussed in this handbook, and the handbook is based on the building block of people-centered local governance innovation approach, which include vision, strategy, governance, process, partnership, technology. So all the chapter has this building blocks, and it's discussed about the visions of multi-level governance, with strategy of institutional arrangement and all. So the chapters included are multi-level governance for climate change mitigation and adaptation, institutional arrangement and readiness, policy coherence, like local to national, climate policy linkages, multi-stakeholder engagement, M&E and reporting, and every chapter concludes with summary and policy recommendation. So where can you find this, handbooks? It's on UNPAN website and UNPG website. So you can download it freely. And if you have any questions, or if you want to have comments on, to improve this handbook, you can let us know. And lastly, this handbook is peer reviewed by our UNDESA colleagues, UN Habitat colleagues, and ICLE. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Praveen, and all colleagues and congratulations for launch of the handbook as well. So we have around less than 15 minutes for some discussion. We already have received few questions from online participants, and I also understand the people in the room can also pose questions. So let me just highlight some of the questions that have been received online. So for example, we have specific question pointed to you, Jerry, in context of Philippines. How can better financing be provided in terms of the recent changes in GCF? Then there are questions which could be taken up by any panelist. For example, maybe UN Habitat would be interested to speak on questions concerning population and environment. For example, there is a question on how does the growth of global population exacerbate climate change? Maybe you can approach it from the urbanization lens. And can you also provide some insights on this interrelated issue? There's also one question, a very interesting one, on how can international funding be mobilized to support family planning programs that address climate change and associated environmental impacts? Again, maybe your Habitat colleagues can take it, or Malini, you might be interested to also link population environment dynamics in context of climate change. And then there is a question perhaps could be taken up by other colleagues, or Ms. Mao, for example, how can you relate the challenges you face in the Pacific in context of the issues of droughts, for example, in the African countries? that result from climate change. So maybe we can take this first round of questions, and we also then see if we have some questions from the floor.
Animesh, I
perhaps we
think
can
your
take the first
question, the
round.
first one is for me on buildings.
Yes.
So for buildings, we have two approaches. One is to make them resilient, and the other one is to make them low emission. So for low emission, we do many things. We have projects that actually convert them into, promote energy efficiency in buildings, both in the use of electricity, but also passive cooling. We do all this all of the time. Now, to ensure that concessionality for, vulnerable countries happen so that we could provide for both aspect of resilience and low emission, what we often do is we ask proponents that develop projects for us that we provide grants to actually increase the efficiency of the buildings in use of electricity and use that savings to actually increase the resilience of the buildings. We have a lot of these kind of projects, and we provide grants in vulnerable countries. If there is income, because sometimes it generates income, then we provide loans.
Thanks, Jerry. So while other panelists also prepare their responses to some of the questions raised online, let me also open the floor for questions and reflections from the floor. So I would depend on the in-room colleagues to guide me to the questions.
So, sure, Animesh. So let's open the floor. If you have any question, please raise your hand. So we have one question from Solomon Island.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I have just one question on the GCF fund. What measures does the GCF take to ensure that climate finance reaches the vulnerable and the marginalized communities? Thank you.
So our focus is to, in fact, as I've noted, we are an impact investor. And the only thing we buy is climate adaptation impact and mitigation impact. And our goal is to actually ensure that our money goes to the most vulnerable. So we don't have a country categorization. Even a middle income or a high income developing country can have a project with us as long as the target of the project are the most vulnerable. And how do we do that? We assess the project and we make sure that, for example, we had a project on clean cooking in Nepal. So the clean cooking project, if we do not participate, it actually is only affordable or profitable if it actually targets those who are able to purchase. Now, if that's the case, the poorest will not be able to participate. So our financing comes in to actually allow the poorest section of the poor to participate. So this is one way. Our funding is going that way. When we have a private sector project, since we don't really want our money back, what we ask them is that, we will give you this concessionality, but please use the savings to actually lower, for example, tariffs for electricity. Because we don't really want that money back. We want you to give the benefits to the poor people. And finally, as I've noted, we have a project wherein we provide grants directly to communities. Not us, but it will be a facility, and so our partner will then call for a proposal for communities to send projects. And then they get direct grants.
So any other question from the floor? So there's
perhaps then
one
we can,
question, Animesh. We have one question.
Yeah, we had a few questions also online, so maybe we can have other colleagues. I already see Samuel from UN Habitat. Maybe he can respond on the issue of population environment dynamics and also in relation to family planning. And also that question came from Africa. Samuel, maybe you can respond to that. Over to you. And then maybe Malini, you would come in.
Thank you, Animesh. I hope you can hear me very well. Great. No, I just wanted to respond. Thank you. I wanted to respond to that question on climate vulnerability in cities, and just to highlight that urban areas represent a major battleground for climate action as a major contributors to climate change, and at the same time, they represent high concentrations of financial infrastructure and human assets and activities that are vulnerable to climate change impacts. So for example, cities are responsible for around 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions, And we estimate that by 2050, urban areas will account for 67 to 76% of global energy consumption. And just to reiterate the point of this intersectionality between urbanization and climate change, when you look at urban expansion, which normally leads to land use change, including deforestation and conversion of natural ecosystems, this contributes to climate change impacts. And then what we see, mostly looking at the concept of leaving no one behind, the most affected populations are the urban poor. So meaning here the slum dwellers, especially in developing countries, who tend to live along, for example, riverbanks, hillsides and slopes, which are prone to landslides, earthquakes, and even those people who are living on waterfronts in coastal areas, which are prone to sea level rise. So we also see that extreme weather events can damage infrastructure and disrupt services, again impacting the urban poor. So this is why, as Mr. Son was presenting, our tools such as the Law and Climate Change Toolkit is meant to conduct these assessments and identify gaps in the legal frameworks to ensure that these environmental multilateral agreement obligations are captured in domestic legislation and are in line with some of the obligations from the Paris Agreement. And in that sense, we'll be able to promote human rights, and it's a good way to enforce climate action in that sense. I hope I've captured some of the points that were asked by the participant, and possibly hand over to you, Animesh. Thank you.
Thanks, Samuel. So let me then hand over to Malini. There are a few questions which are pretty interesting, so maybe you want to reflect on them.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, my PhD subject was on population planning and policy in India, so this is very much up my street. So let me just briefly address those two linked questions which had to do with the growth in global population and what kind of policies are most effective to address family planning concerns. So first of all, let's put this in historical perspective. So in 1800, the global population was 1 billion, and our current population is over 8 billion. We are heading towards a peaking of the global population by the end of the century at 11 billion. And most regions of the world have gone through the demographic transition. Where we see the largest growth in population, it is still in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is very much an issue because, of course, you can see the corresponding pressures that there are on land use, on infrastructure, on communities as a result, on resources as a result of this exponential growth in 2 centuries of the global population. But any discussion of population has to be linked with the issue of the status of women and the rights of women, because we know from decades of work that the single most effective contraceptive is education. In particular, education for girls. The entry of women into the labor force has a marked downwards effect on fertility rates. There are UN organizations which follow this approach and have been for many decades, the UN Family Planning Association, UNFPA, UN Women, UNDP, of course the multilaterals, etc. So we would hope that those are guided by a focus on expanding the range of reproductive rights and healthcare for women and for men.
Thank you very much, Malini. And let's then hear from also Ms. Mao, in case you want to come in to reflect on how do you want to see the risks being shared in terms of the examples that you had provided from Tonga. There was a question on, in the context of Africa, how climate change has been impacting droughts and famines, and is there any lesson that you would want to share from the Pacific in terms of drought management? Mao.
Thank you, moderator. So I'll take it from the cluster system perspective in Tonga. So normally cluster is activated during disaster, but the attempt from national planning in collaboration with the National Emergency Management Office is what do we do and how we can support clusters during peacetime. So this is like working with them on their response plans, providing trainings on initial damage assessment. But I think it's also important, as I mentioned in my presentation, on the risk-informed and how do you bring that into the infrastructure space. And in the case of Tonga, using risk-informed as one of the multi-criteria assessment for prioritizing the infrastructure investment in Tonga, it does help. It gives the level of confidence, and we have shared this with development partners, Australia, New Zealand, even the ADB and World Bank, is really to show that, the process is really key, and, prioritization, having a strong and robust multi-criteria assessment, it does help with including risk in the process. Thank you.
Thanks, panelists. So let's take, maybe we have some time for a couple of more interventions from the floor. So Praveen, maybe we can guide us again back to the floor.
Sure. We have a question from Mongolia, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would like to ask one small clarification from Jerry about the submitting project proposal for the climate adaptation and mitigation program. Is there any deadline or proposal stages and so on?
That's for Jerry.
You're from Mongolia?
Yes, I'm from Mongolia.
Yes, Mongolia is one of our champions in accessing climate finance from the GCF. I think a lot of countries look at Mongolia, how can they do it? Because I think you have access more than $500 million from GCF, even though a small country, because you have a very active focal point in the country. It shows what is possible when the focal point understands how to access the finance. So the process is done in a way that the partners, you identify partners, you have priorities. We provide you with $1 million to develop what you call a country program. The priorities are set, so there's list of projects. And then discussion with partners like UNDP, ADB, EBRD, and so on. So Mongolia has all of them with approved projects in Mongolia. So we have projects on housing, on energy, on livestock, on land management, a lot of projects.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah.
We may take one more last question from the floor, and I will hand over to Animesh again. Any question? Animesh, we don't have any more questions, so you can take over and summarize the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Praveen. And I saw Malini, you wanted to come in, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to raise one issue, which is quite important and usually kind of not discussed within these contexts. And it's relevant because Mr. Velasquez is also in the room. And this is about national budgetary processes and oversight of them. So typically national budgetary processes, they're focused on the revenues and the expenditures which are included in state budgets. And these are the finances which, of course, managed by national governments. But there are some funds which are geared to climate change, which are not channeled directly through state budgets. And these are off-budget expenditures. And these include, of course, private investments, for example, into green technologies, but also multilateral funds, such as the Global Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility. And these financing instruments are extremely important, but they deliver much of their support through non-state organizations. And typically, these projects do not appear within state budgets. And as a result, Parliament does not have any oversight over the effectiveness or the value for money of these projects, even when they are delivered entirely within state borders. So this is a fundamental issue of national accountability. And since climate finance is very much in the forefront of everyone's mind, I think that we need to address it much more effectively. And I'm open to having sessions on this hosted at the Parliamentary Pavilion at COP28. So it's an open invitation to Mr. Velasquez. Thank you. Back to you, Animesh.
Thanks a lot, Malini. So let's close in interest of time as of now. And this has been a very enriching session. It's a mix of risk literacy, regulation, incentives, financing for better multi-level governance. And I'm sure that it has given a good food for thought for everyone to be continued in discussions during the course of this entire symposium. I would close by saying, as we proceed towards COP28, we need to harness many of these opportunities that have been highlighted to go after the 22 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions that we need to cut in the next 7 years, and to accelerate the transition to new low emission, high growth, sustainable economic models in a way that is transformational, but also addresses the dual challenge of climate action and development in a just and equitable way, which was, I think, the key focus of this entire discussion of the session. Equally important is to have better financing for adaptation and fully operationalize the actions to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage, both through Santiago Network and the Loss and Damage Fund and funding arrangements. From our side as UNDRR, we are fully committed to technically assisting all the countries in moving towards a governance process that's fully comprehensive and does not distinguish, as Tonga pointed out, between different international frameworks because the landing spots in the country, especially at the local level, is the same, which is the community. And that should be the forefront of whatever we do moving forward. So with this words of resilience, I would end this session and handing back to the organizers. Thank you very much and good evening from Bonn.
Thank you very much. Let's have my colleague here together with me so that we could close the day together. Prabin, could you please join me here since you're my partner for today? Thank you. Let's give our speakers one round of applause. They really did a great job. So this is the end of thematic session 4 and day 2. So we're gonna have our field visit that is scheduled exactly at 4 p.m. But before you go, for our on-site participants, it would be highly appreciated if you could kindly give us your feedback of day 2. We had a lot of parallel sessions today and very interesting sessions. The QR codes are on your desks, so please kindly give us your feedback. And for our online participants, I know that there is a link that is being transmitted right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today, and we'll all see you tomorrow. Goodbye.